Welcome to the Corvinus Masters Open Day. We are excited for you to join us. Our first presentation will be about the application process, focusing on the favi.hu Hungarian application platform. We will also provide some information for those interested in the international application process. You will have the opportunity to ask questions during the event. After the introductory presentations, you can join the presentations about our varied programs. Learn about the unique features, scientific focus, and potential career paths of each. Feel free to ask questions and actively participate in these sessions. The Open Day doesn't end today. Join us tomorrow for the continuation of our event, where we will also present our other master's programs. Let the exploration of our programs begin. As I mentioned before, our first presentation will be about the admission process held by Daniel Havran, Dean of Graduate Programs.
Hi, so good afternoon everyone, and thank you Sharon for your kind introduction. I'm very happy to be here and to greet you in this special day, because this is, for a professor, this is also every time it's just it means the start of the new academic year somehow, and we are very happy to attract new applicants into your master programs. So today it's a good day for giving some more information about our programs, the new changes and the new, let me say, challenges, and we will continue this on the next day. So I'm going to talk firstly about the FALVI.u, the FALVI procedure, and then my colleague Matt will continue. I'm the responsible for the master programs as a dean at Corvinus, and in this capacity I would like to say some word about the application process. So don't forget that we have a QR code, and we have 20 plus master programs for the next year, and four among of the 20 are one-year programs, which are very unique in Hungary. The application through the FALVI is available for Hungarian citizens and for dual citizens. And if you want to get some more information, maybe I missed something during my presentation, that's just please write to falvi.corvinus@unicorvinus.hu, and we will answer your questions. So let's jump in to the details. So, I'm also a academic professor. I like teaching, and when we usually start a course, we go through the schedule. And this is what I also want to choose today, to talk about the schedule of the application procedure. You may already know that from December, from the last year, the FALVI platform has opened, and you can start the application. And the first most important deadline, or the first important deadline, is the 15th of February, when the application closes at the platform. So please don't forget the deadline, and please indicate Corvinus on your list. So once it is ready, then the procedure technically starts. So from 1st of March, we will start a so-called credit approval process. What does it mean? It means if you have a bachelor degree, or you will get a bachelor degree very soon, that you have many of skills and knowledge which is gathered from the bachelor. And you may wish to continue your programs, your studies in different field or different area or similar areas. If you go to this very similar area, then your bachelor program, your background fits well to that, and you don't need to do anything with any kind of credit approval things. But sometimes this not fit entirely well, so we need to investigate your transcript, and sometimes we also can require to take one or two courses for completing the master program. Let me talk about this later on a little bit. So this procedure starts at 1st of March. And then the second important deadline is coming. The second important deadline is 15th of April, mid of April. Why I'm saying it? Because if you are graduated, so it means that you have a bachelor degree. And if you have a degree which is at least good, recognized as good or excellent, uh, and this degree is from Corvinus or from a kind of university, higher education institution, which is accredited, means accredited by EFMD or accredited by ECSB, then we will accept your diploma, your degree, and you don't need to do anything. It gives an eligibility to our programs and to our scholarships as Corvinus scholarship as well. If you don't have a kind of diploma or you are coming from a different institution, then you should take an international test. And I'm gonna say a couple of words about international test. It means that you need to consider there are many possibilities or more possibilities for doing that. But once you take it or you couldn't make it for the deadline, don't worry, you can retake it or you can replace it later on. But once you can submit this till 15th of April and it's okay, then you don't need to do anything. Um, the next important deadline is 27th of May, or let me say it's a period because it's between 27 and 31 of May. This is a period for the oral interviews. In some cases, some programs require oral interviews, but only in the case when have you don't have a grade or you have an international test score which is not eligible, which not provide you to have the Corvinus scholarship, and or if you don't have any test score yet. It means it works, it functionate, I mean oral interviews functionate a kind of makeup, so you can boost up a little bit your score with them. This is one of the goal of the interviews, and at the end of if it succeed that you can have a Corvinus scholarship. But on the other hand, it's also a good um, opportunity for the professors, the teachers to meet you in person, to discuss about the area, the field you do, and sometimes you talk about the theory questions as well. And when it finishes. After that, the next important date is 19th of June, because here the end of this is the end of the credit approval procedure. It means that during the credit approval period, you can submit all of your grades, transcripts, whatsoever, and we will close this investigation at that time. And the last very strict deadline is 10th of July. This is the deadline, the final deadline for completing the international test, So to submit the final score, your final result, and this is the deadline that to submit all of your official document, especially your diploma, your grade, and other documents if you have. One and there is the one deadline in my picture, which is 24th of July, yeah, in the hot summer day, usually when we announce the scores and point limits, and you can recognize and we can recognize your performance. So officially, you got invitation letters after this deadline, but you will know with a high confidence what happened with your application. So this is that we announce the results. So let me just explain this credit approval process in a minute. So as I mentioned, we have four categories. If you go from a bachelor, like in this case, I just picked up a picture. How can you imagine? You can see many bachelor programs on this graph on the left side, and they just converge to a master program. And if you see that with this golden color, then you don't need to. If you have the black color, you don't need to have a credit approval. If you have the golden color, then credit approval is needed, but no extra courses need to do. So we just investigate your transcript. If there can be other bachelor programs that we require to complete some extra courses, just to complete your background and complete your knowledge to the master program. And sometimes there are other programs where direct application is not possible. It doesn't mean that it's prohibited. It just means that you don't have the background for that, and if you want to continue in that side, that you need to study some different things to be eligible to continue. Um, let's highlight the international tests because this is the novelty of this year. We are associated with the Graduate Management and Admission Council, which is an international association and council. And this council offers GMAT fixed edition, focused edition, and NMAT tests. And there is a certain other institution and an association which is called ETS. It is offered GRE. We offer these three exams, and we also offer the former version of GMAT FE, which was called GMAT. You cannot take exams on GMAT because it is refreshed and the new product is GMAT FE, so we should focus on that one. At Corvinus, we will make an online um, um, possibility to learn about the GMAT Focused Edition exam. It will be 5th of February, so we will advertise it. It will be between 1 and 2 p.m. And then in 8th of February, we will advertise the details about the NMAT exam. And after that, we are planning to organize an on-site preparatory mini course at Corvinus, and we will invite you, and we will advertise it, and it will be held in March. I have some personal hints for doing the exams, for taking the exams. The best if you have a grade before 15th of April. I would say that the NMAT is less expensive, so less costly generally, and but GMAT, FE, and GRE tests usually have longer validity. We recommend, and these associations recommend around 6 weeks to consider for preparation. And if you can, you should get the online test guide, but it helps you very much to prepare them. Usually, what you have to do is just to a little bit concentrate on your English, concentrate on reading and understanding things, reasoning, logic, and there are some kind of mathematics, which is more logical, which means more logical tasks than very high advanced mathematics. And based on that, we got scores on international test, and we transform it, convert it to a 0-90 scale. And if you got a minimum score of 65 points, that it means that you are eligible for admission. And if you reach 75 or above, then you are eligible for receiving the Corvinus scholarship. And I also mentioned the Corvinus students and ACSB and AFMD accredited school students with at least a good degree. They also are eligible for Corvinus scholarship. So, and oral interview is gonna be a kind of makeup for those who are between 65 and 50 and 75 points. I have to highlight that these rules above do not apply for the SEMS, the MBA, and the Teacher of Economics courses because they have a different system for different reasons. And I also had to highlight that the following programs require oral interviews, so the public policy and management and so ever. So please note that we also have to care about the oral interviews as well. Oral interviews. And finally, the deadline, just once again, with different colors. So you should consider the mid of February, mid of April, end of June period, 10th of July, and 10th of July. And I hope that this is a short and brief introduction to the procedure. Our personal experience about the exam that is doable, achievable, and will assure that the students who are who are accepted to the master program, they also have a standard that they can reach in terms of the general needs of skills. So this is my and my last word is just I would like to wish good luck to everyone going through Salvi, and don't afraid to ask and don't afraid to follow the following day. Yes, following slots. So I'm giving back the floor to Sharon. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation, Dania. Now it's time for your questions. So if you have any, please share them with us. If there's none for this time, I would like to thank the presentation again, and please welcome our next presenter, who's Matthew Jensen, Head of International Student Recruitment and Admissions, who will present about the admission process for international students.
Thank you, Shara. Thank you, Donny. You can call me Matt rather than Matthew. I am Matthew, but I much prefer Matt. The job title is correct, so I'm responsible for international student recruitment and admissions. As you may have guessed from the accent, I'm not Hungarian. I'm actually from London. And some of you might know me already. If you've been at the university for a few years, you might have seen me on previous webinars, particularly if you're international students. I've been at Corvinus and in Budapest for the last 3 years and a little bit more now. So I arrived in 2020 and really having a great time here. It's a great place to live. So I've very much enjoyed my time in Hungary so far, and living in Budapest, working at the university. So I think that Donny covered a lot in his section, and we'll be focusing on the processes for international students in just a few minutes. I just have 2 slides today, because I expect the majority of you here are Hungarian, but there hopefully is some international students as well. Perhaps some of you that are not current Corvinus students. So we just tried to make it very, very clear. So a lot of what Donny just explained applies to everyone. So the entry requirements are almost identical. So what you heard about the credit recognition process, it's exactly the same, whether you're an international student or whether you're a domestic student. So everything you just heard in the previous section applies to you if you're an international student related to credit recognition. The other things that are the same is the GMAT, the GRE, or the NMAT requirements. The only difference is how we score that. So rather than a scale of 0 to 100, 0 to 90, sorry, it will be a scale of 0 to 100. And that's because of a slight difference in how the scoring works in the FELVI system for Hungarian applicants. So the biggest differences are who should apply as an international student. So to make it very simple, if you're not Hungarian or you're not Hungarian dual national, then you're an international student effectively, especially for the master's level. Yeah, the definitions are a bit different at bachelor level. So at bachelor's, you don't have, you can qualify as an international student even if you're Hungarian but studied outside of Hungary. But at a master's, it's stricter. So it's only non-Hungarians that should be applying for master's programs and through this route. So the other difference is how or where you apply. So the platform, rather than FELVI Pontu, is our system called Dream Apply. If you want to access this system, all you have to do is scan the QR code, second QR code of the day. There's this on the screen right now, and that will take you straight to the system. If you want, you can take a photo. If you want to remember it, all you have to type into Google is Corvinus Dream Apply, and you'll go straight to the application website. And the other part that's different is the when. Yeah, so there's slightly different deadlines. So initially, you can see here on this flow chart on the top of this slide, you have a bit more time to apply initially if you're an international student, but eventually you'll have less time, especially if you need a visa. So you have longer to prepare your application, but then you have less time because you need to be unconditionally accepted. So you can apply for an entry visa if you're not already in Hungary, or you can apply to extend the residence permit if needed. So it's very, very important. I think those of you that already study in Hungary will know this. Very important to be proactive and on top of these deadlines. So if you just look at the first step where it says apply, you have a deadline of 30th of April. That's the deadline to provide all documents. So including the GMAT, the GRE, or the NMAT, one of those three that you should take, you should provide that by the 30th of April. So it means that you have to have taken the test at least 2 weeks before, so you have the results by 30th of April. I don't advise leaving it that late. Yeah, so Donny's just mentioned that it takes about 6 weeks to prepare. We're doing some sessions in February. The dates were also in the slides, the 5th and the 8th of February. Do attend those sessions and think about which one could be best for you and start preparing so you can take these tests way before that deadline. If anybody's done that already and they submit their application and provide all the documents this month, we can actually give you early admission. So we'll start reviewing applications in February. For everybody else, we wait to the 30th of April deadline, and then we consider you in May. And the scales will work very similar. I think I explain it more on the next slide of how your points will be allocated and who would be admitted, who would not be admitted. The next step is that if you pass, then we invite you to pay your semester one tuition fee. So you're conditionally accepted until you pay your semester one tuition fee. After paying that, you're unconditionally accepted. And then, as I said before, if you need to apply for a visa to enter Hungary, then you can do that with an unconditional acceptance letter. You also need to have accommodation in the city. There's not necessarily in the city, but in Hungary, probably in Budapest. And you should also meet a financial requirement, which we typically advise you to have around 10,000 euros, equivalent to 10,000 euros in your bank account, because immigration will check all of these documents and then ultimately decide if you can enter Hungary. If you're already here, as I said, you would likely need to renew your residence permit as well. Okay, so this is pretty much everything. Note the application fee. Everyone has to pay that €75 application fee. Note the deadline of 30th of April, but make sure you're way ahead of that deadline. The next speaker is coming very soon, so I don't want to take too much time here. And a lot of these points were mentioned by Donny. So you know about the credit requirements. You can see that we require one of the MMAT, the GMAT, or the GRE. These specifically are the minimum scores that you can see on the slide. So 165 for the NMAT, 485 for the GMAT Focus Edition. By the way, the regular GMAT, what's called the classic GMAT, is being discontinued this month. So any of you taking the test after January will have to do the Focus Edition. So we recommend that if you want to do GMAT, you start preparing for the Focus Edition rather than the classic version, which will be slightly different. GRE score 300. And then what we do is if you don't meet those minimum scores, you won't be accepted. If you're above them, then you'll get a percentage score. So it's out of 100. And then Donny, as the dean, actually, and the program director for your program will set a points threshold. If you meet the points threshold, you're admitted. If you don't meet the points threshold, but you're above the minimum score, then you could have a chance to interview, depending on which program you've applied to. Okay. You also need to provide your passport. If you're an EU national, you can provide the national ID card, and you can upload all of this to the Dream Apply system. There's no English language requirements, so there's no need for an IELTS or a TOEFL or TOEIC, etc., because we assess your English through your GMAT, GRE, or NMAT paper, except for with the management and leadership program. So you've already heard that program mentioned today. There's specific requirements for that program because of the double degree component with SEMS. And this is everything that I wanted to share with you today. So you can see my contact details here. Unfortunately, the coloring's gone a little bit. I did make this slide look very nice. I don't know why it's changed to blue now on the screen. But you can add me on LinkedIn. Please do add me on LinkedIn if you want to just be connected. That's the reason I've got this job here in Hungary, actually, because I was found on LinkedIn. So it's a useful tool. And my email address for any international applicants. Thank you very much for the time. I'll hand back to Shara. Perhaps there's some questions. If not, I think you have Andras Teteni, Professor Teteni, coming next. But Shara will tell you that, I guess.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Matt. We have a question. So, Daniel, I would like to invite you back. And the question that we got was, can students in the last semester or graduating in June apply?
Yeah, I'm going to guess, so it's Taha bin Gohar, so I'm going to guess that's not a Hungarian name. Yeah. I'll answer. Of course, you can apply, Taha. So the one thing I didn't talk about was the automatic admission that Daniel talked about in detail. If you're an international student and you need a visa to enter Hungary, this automatic admission where we look at your good or excellent grade can be a bit problematic because we want to give you an admission score and an unconditional letter way before you would get your results. So yes, you can apply, but we strongly recommend that you take the GMAT, the MMAT or the GRE rather than counting on automatic admission. Do you want to add anything, Donny, to that?
Yes, this is quite usual that here in Corvinus as well, from the bachelor students are graduating this semester, and they just submit their diploma, their grade till 10th of July. So it works, I guess, as usual.
I think most of our students are finishing bachelor's this year, right? Most of our students who do start masters, probably about 80%, certainly international, are currently studying their final year of bachelor's.
Thank you for your answers, and thank you for the presentations as well. For the next part, we will hear some presentations about our courses, and the first presentation that you will hear will be held by András Tétényi about international economy and business. Unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I thought the mute was on your end. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. Also, I would like to thank Daniel and Matt on bringing our prospective students to speed on the specificities on how to apply to our programs. In the forthcoming 10-15 minutes, I'd like to speak about the International Economy and Business Master Program, of which I have been the director for the last 4 years. The topics for today you can see on the slide over here. So initially, I'm going to be talking about understanding the global economy, then talking a bit about the goal of the program, what type of students do we teach, so what kind of students are we expecting, how do we teach, what methods are we using, talking a bit about the structure of the program, and finally some international opportunities. So initially, I would like to pose a question to all people listening. Obviously, you cannot answer it live, but nevertheless, I think it's a very important question. What kind of a world are we living in now? What challenges occurred in the last 4 years? Because if you think a bit about how much the world has changed since 2020, I actually took over this program on the 15th of March on 2020, and 2 or 3 days later we were in a complete COVID lockdown. So this is just one very important thing that happened to all of us, and COVID impacted on the global economy quite significantly. On the one hand, we had, for instance, pharmaceutical companies making huge sums of money. We had loads of logistical companies going down the drain. We had a collapsing oil price, and this is just simply the economic effects of COVID. The social and human dimensions I haven't even touched upon, and obviously we are not going to have any time to touch upon those. Another thing which happened recently, 2 years ago, was the Ukrainian-Russian war. Once again, unexpected, having huge and major impact on the European and global economy. We had massive inflation in recent years, both in Hungary, Europe, and the United States as well. A massive interest rate increase, and now it seems there may be a gradual, I would like to underline the point, gradual decrease of interest rates. And the problem is, all of these effects had an effect on our daily lives. Climate change is also a thing which impacts on all of us. For instance, last year was the hottest year on record in Hungary. Conversely, it was also the one which had the most rainfall. So our lives are being continuously changed from various aspects. So therefore, it is quite important how do we create a master program to make you ready to be able to tackle these various challenges. So what this program tries to do is to train you by using modern methods to understand and be able to analyze and investigate economics and business related issues. And the idea behind this program is if you complete it, then you will become a well-rounded, very pragmatic professional who understands both economic theory, but also has the necessary tools to apply these theories and applications to real-life problems as well. So if we are talking a bit about skills that you are going to obtain by completing this program, an aspect that we are definitely going to try to train you on is critical thinking, analytical ability, the ability to create economic and business models, how to improve on your presentation skills. And we also wish to improve some of your soft skills, such as skills to work in small groups. I think that this is a very important and sometimes misunderstood ability. Once you leave university, and a lot of students even during university will find themselves in various work environments, and if you don't understand or if you have no good competencies in dealing with your colleagues, then eventually you are not going to be happy at your work, and life, just generally speaking, is going to become more complicated for you. And naturally, the last point is to train you in working in a multi-ethnic and multinational environment. If you look at last year's admission numbers, we usually start the year with about 60 students, out of which about 40 are non-Hungarians and 20 are Hungarians. These have been the average numbers for the last 4 years, as long as I have been program director. So if you join this program, you can actually experience working and studying in a multi-ethnic and multinational environment. In order to move on, how do we teach? I think this is a very important aspect of our program, that we wish to use a lot of different methods simultaneously. So we have more or less departed from the classic front-end teaching. Front-end teaching is when you have a distinguished professor standing in front of a crowd, talking all the most important aspects of what you have to know about a given topic, and then you have a seminar when you work through various mathematical problems. So we no longer do this way. Okay, so we try and mix it up. We try to provide you with a lot of class activities. We have study trips. We have a lot of home assignments, presentations, and generally speaking, we want actually to enable you to discover, both on your own and as a member of a team, the various activities and ways of improving your capabilities in the framework of the course. So in this way, we believe that students are actually going to enjoy more coming into the university. So these are just some pictures about the study trips we have made. We visited the Mercedes factory in Kecskemét a couple of years ago. We have a relatively active social life among students. And on the top right corner, you can see the staff members of the department who teaching in the program. In terms of structure, we have a relatively flexible structure. This means that we only have 6 core courses in the framework of the program, which obviously you have to complete all. These relate to the various basic conditions of the program. So there is a course on international trade, a course on international finance or financial market, a course on business economics, political economy, and a course on multinational corporations. In addition, we also have a communication course where we wish to teach you or train you in how to deal or how to communicate over cultural barriers. As this is a multinational program, I think that this is a very important aspect. Once you have completed all of your core courses, the program goes into a direction which offers a more diverse approach. The reason why we are doing it this way is because we believe that it is the students who know best what they want to teach and in what areas would they like to grow. So here you can see the methods module. We wish to provide you with a very sound methodological background. The first two courses are compulsory, but the rest are compulsory elective. So if you wish to gain competences, let's say in time series analysis or causal data analysis, you can take those courses. If you believe that you wish to improve in academic writing or qualitative research methods or advanced qualitative research methods, then you can take those courses. This gives you a relative freedom in how you wish to train yourself. Another important aspect of the program is that we wish to train you in areas. So we hope that if you complete the program, you will become an expert of at least 2 regions. And we are offering region-based courses or in 5 areas. So on Asia, Latin America, EU, Central Europe, and the post-Soviet region. And I think that this is a very unique thing about this program because we have Hungarian well-known experts teaching in all of the courses. It is very unique to receive or actually be able to interact with these professors. Some of them are also well known from the Hungarian press. It is a very interesting thing to study from them. And then additional reason why we have courses on regions, that a lot of our students are going to work in an international environment, doing business with international companies, and I think that it is very important that they understand the various regions that they are operating in. And the last module, from which you have to complete 30 credits, actually offers the opportunity for students to build on the basic core courses that they have taken in the first or the second semesters and become an expert in, let's say, international trade, or understand better global value chains, how they operate. There is opportunities to train yourselves in climate change related courses, or global finance, export finance, and so on and so forth. In addition, the master program has departed from the classic approach of writing thesis works. We have project works instead of thesis works for 15 credits. We have electives for 9 credits, plus you have to complete a competency test in a foreign language for 0 credits. In terms of additional international opportunities, we also have a double degree opportunity with Liège University, for which students of our program can apply for. Also, our students can join the TEMS program, as well as other students from an economic background, which will provide them with a great opportunity. Since my time is running out, I would like to focus on possibilities for employment after graduation. This is a collection of places our students have went to. The various shared service centers are very popular in Hungary. KPMG or Morgan Stanley, the Hungarian large companies such as MOL, OTP, they all have a large number of our students. This is a list of contacts who you can reach out to. My email address is at the program director. Please feel free to contact me if you have any questions. And since I have 2 minutes left, I'm going to stop. And if anyone has some questions, I would be more than happy to answer them. If not, then I'm passing back the camera to Sarah.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And for now, we don't have any questions, but I engage you to feel free to ask any. So thank you again. And our next presenter will be Peter Moritz, who's going to have a presentation about management and leadership.
Thank you, Shara. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Peter Moritz. I'm the program director of the Management and Leadership program. Today, I will deliver this presentation in English. However, we offer the management and leadership in two versions, in Hungarian and in English. So during the next 15 minutes, I will talk about two programs at once. The Hungarian version offers unique modules that build on the traditions of more than 30 years of bringing ambitious, prepared, and committed management talent to the world. Since 1993, VESZERV, the Hungarian abbreviation for management and leadership, has become a trademark for outstanding management and leadership graduates. The English version is a double degree program, so the applicants admitted to the English language program will be automatically enrolled to the SEMS program and spend one semester at one of the 33 SEMS member schools, which are usually the country #1 business schools, and therefore it is not a surprise that the SEMS diploma is one of the best management diplomas in the world, actually ranked at number 11 in the latest worldwide QS ranking. Don't think that the Hungarian version has been left behind. It has also enjoyed an international ranking since 2005, having featured in the Financial Times ranking for 15 consecutive years, with an excellent value for money sub-rank result, number 17 in 2023. And moreover, Corvinus is also proud holder of the most prestigious AACSB international accreditation. Okay. We recently asked one of our students what advice she had for prospective students, and she said, aim high. I have some recent stories of aiming higher, stories from the last 2 years that reflect that the Corvinus Management and Leadership program is outstanding, not only in Hungary, but also internationally. The first picture is about an award ceremony of the EMI case competition at Cornell University in New York, where the Corvinus team has won first prize. They have been first selected from more than 100 competing teams to be in the final, and finally they also became first after the final held in New York. And it is not a surprise, because the very same team that consists of 3 students from the Hungarian Management and Leadership program and 1 student from the English Language Management and Leadership program, they also achieved the 2nd place, a tremendous success last week in Montreal in Canada. They participated at the John Mozon case study solving competition, which is the most prestigious MBA case solving competition in the world. And it is also not a surprise. 2 years before, we also hold a bronze medal. One of our previous students, again from the Hungarian Management and Leadership program, achieved that tremendous success that time. It is not only the students who stand out, but I can talk about our teachers as well. For example, Dora Horváth, one of our teachers, co-authored an article in the MIT Slow Management Review. This is the paramount of the management academic literature. But it's not only the academia. You see in this picture, Robert Marciniak, one of our course leaders, featured on the cover page of the Computer World magazines last October, because our teachers are talking about those topics that are really interesting for the business professionals and company leaders. Some of our graduates are also company leaders. You see that the guys, Ferenc and Ivan Muk, graduates from both the management and leadership program, and also they graduated at the SAMS program, and then they started a fintech company which has been bought by a listed company in last summer. Another alumni story is the story from Erna Kindley, a previous graduate of the management and leadership program, who won the Mid-Career Alumni of the Year award in the entire SAMS community in 2022. And she is the CEO now of the Bátor Tábor. She previously worked at Google and so on. And you know that the SAMS community is built from the very best schools all over the world. But among this exclusive community, we can be also proud that our school has been selected the second best school of the SAMS community during the last academic year. And based on the student evaluation, actually, we received the first prize. So we have received the best feedback from students studying here at Corvinus in the SAMS program. So I can tell you, if you are looking for excellence, as you see, we are indeed striving for excellence. Now, let's turn to the content. Let's talk about the content of the management and leadership program. So our mission is to provide students with a leadership perspective that serves as a basis for future leadership positions, while we also prepare our students to perform innovatively and responsively in internal and external management functions and advisory roles. So it means at the end, our students will gain a holistic view. They will come up with creative ideas to improve processes and practices, but they will be also ready to put these ideas into action and lead change processes with autonomy, courage, and the ability to engage and empower others. Management and leadership means that the main area where you will develop and grow is in general management. You will discover how strategy, organizational culture, performance management, and so on are interconnected, and how you will be able to successfully implement changes in the era of digital transformation. So this is the common core that forms the basis of both the Hungarian and the English program. This is the big picture on which the other subjects and specializations are built. As you see, the curriculum of the Hungarian and the English program is very similar, with the same core courses in the first semester. However, while the second semester of the English program is dedicated to the SAMS International Management curriculum, the heart of the Hungarian program is devoted to distinctive, truly practical modules. Let me show you these. Students on the Hungarian program are immersed in 2 modules. They don't have to choose one, they will be able to select 2 and combine them. These modules are organizational development, strategy and process management, agile HR and healthy organizational culture, and last but not least, controlling and performance management. Meanwhile, students on the English program will be engaged in global strategy, global leadership, sustainability, and other international management challenges. Based on the modules they are immersed in, plenty of varied job opportunities await our graduates. So they can be, for example, process manager, digitalization or automation expert, business system analyst, controller, business intelligence expert, or organizational developer, trainer or coach, HR expert, HR business partner, and sometimes there are entrepreneurs or senior executives in family businesses. especially graduates in the English Management and Leadership program, so those who also hold a SAMS degree. In most of the case, they work as consultant in top international strategy and management consulting firms. They are working as a business developer, analysts, or controlling specialists in leading multinational and regional corporations, or they are innovation or technology-focused project managers, process managers, often in multicultural environment, and typically in sectors like consulting, IT, telecom, financial services, FMCG, healthcare, and energy. Let's talk a bit about the admission. So for both the Hungarian and the English version, it is true that we don't have a written exam. You can write an international test, GMAT, NMAT, and GRE. That we were talking about this half an hour before the dean was talking about this. Or if you have a degree obtained at an ACSB or EQUIS accredited university or a SAMS member school with a grade of excellent or good, then you don't have to do this international test, especially this applies for Corvinus students, but for other ACSB accredited degree holders as well. So this is true for both the Hungarian and the English language program, but beware in the English language program, because you will be also admitted to the SAMS program, there are some special requirements. There you will face a 30-minute online SAMS interview consisting of two parts. One part is guesstimate problem, and the other part is a motivational interview ahead of a quite large community where we will assess your skills. And beyond this compulsory oral admission interview, it is very important to know that you have to show international English language test at C1 level, and SAMS requires special types like TOEFL, IELTS, or different type of Cambridge exams, unless you have a bachelor diploma degree entirely taught in English in an English-speaking country, or in a SAMS or EQUIS ACSB accredited institution. So this is the exemption if you have this. Like, for example, you are graduating in a Corvinus bachelor program that was entirely taught in English, then you don't have to submit this international English language test. All right. And basically, I have one more slide with some wrap up. So the Corvinus Management and Leadership Program is a program that stands out with students who stand out. We offer 2 diplomas, especially in the English program, the Financial Times ranked Bologna Master degree plus the 11th best management diploma of the world. You will be able to study together with award-winning top students, or students have beaten teams from top business schools in numerous international competitions. Moreover, our alumni, the Corvinus Vesser or Management and Leadership graduates, are key decision makers at the most influential companies in Hungary and the CE region. But we are also proud that our recent graduates who are likely those talents who design and drive the 21st century digital and agile transformation of organizations and ventures. This is because our broad and renowned faculty, our teachers have an extensive theoretical and extraordinary practical experience. They bring in a lot of case studies, business projects, and so on to the courses. Well, this, of course, it flows from the above that this is a challenging program requiring hard and intensive work and student commitment. What we offer is therefore a teaching methodology based on many face-to-face class discussion on engaging case studies, real-life business projects, and skill development in multicultural environment with selected qualified peer students, both in the Hungarian and in the English language program. We prepare our students for the management and leadership challenges of the second half of the 2020s. As you see, we will talk about AI, organizational well-being, data-driven management, inclusive leadership, human-robot interactions, and so on. So that's why we say that we look forward welcoming you to this unique journey. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to answering your questions and, of course, receiving your applications soon.
Thank you, Peter, for your presentation. And we're still waiting for questions, if there's any. If not, we will continue our presentations with the next one, who's Gergő Medve-Bálint, and he's going to hold a presentation about the political economy course. We are waiting for Gergő. So if you have any questions, please ask them in the comments, so maybe we can answer them. Okay, so Gergő is here. We are welcoming you to this open day.
Thank you, Shara. Good afternoon, everyone. According to the schedule, it's a bit early to introduce the political economy program, but as I can see, there were no questions to Peter's presentation, so I shall start, right? Okay, I hope that my voice can be heard, and here are the slides. First of all, a personal remark. This study program, the MA in Political Economy, is very dear to my heart. Not only because I'm the program director, but because it's been a long process until we finally managed to launch the program last year. So currently, the first ever political economy master students are studying at Corvinus University. And it's very dear to my heart, this program, because I think that this, political economy is at the core of contemporary global economic and also political issues. So someone who is interested in contemporary economic and political issues should definitely study political economy. And why does it matter? So before I introduce you the study program, let me reflect a bit on what political economy is and why does it matter. On this chart, you may see two curves, red and the green one, and they represent two countries and the trajectory of GDP per capita. And as you can see, initially for the first, since 1950 until 1970s or so, they moved almost simultaneously. They were developing side by side. But then their economic trajectory diverged, and there is a huge divergence between the two. I didn't indicate it here, but you might guess which two countries are these. The green curve belongs to South Korea, and the red curve belongs to North Korea. The two countries share the same cultural background, the ethnic background, same climate, same geographical position. What really differs between the two are the economic and political institutions introduced in those two countries, which are responsible, obviously, for this trajectory. It seems to be common sense, but actually there are much more nuanced and much more intricate relationships between economic and political systems in the globe. And this is what political economy actually tries to address and tries to discover. So it's really, really important to explore the relationship between political and economic systems and how they contribute to economic development. This is the heart, this is the core of the field of political economy. This slide reflects or refers back to the coronavirus pandemic, when states basically had to decide on the extent or the strictness of lockdown measures that they introduced. Actually, that they had to decide between the trade-off of the strictness of the lockdown measures and the fall in economic output. So they had to find a very sensitive balance between the number of victims, to put it in really plain English, and the degree of economic downfall. And why was that the case? because essentially the crisis was basically triggered by state measures. So there was a health crisis, a global health crisis, and in order to prevent the spread of the coronavirus, states introduced measures to contain the virus as much as they could. And actually, political economy is really important in exploring the role of the state in the economy and the intended and unintended consequences. Every kind of measure a state introduces may have unintended, unforeseen, even unforeseen consequences. And this is what we try to explore, try to study in the political economy master program, how political and economic institutions may affect behavior, how they structure incentives and affect the behavior and the choices that we make. So this is just a very small introductory remark about the program. Before we launched our program, which is the first one in Hungary, so there aren't any other universities in Hungary currently that offer an MA in political economy, and also there are very few in the region, I mean in the extended region of East Central Europe. So we studied carefully similar programs which are very, very popular in Western Europe. Here are some of the examples of that. And we created our own, obviously, which reflects our preferences and expertise in political economy. So the program, or actually the field of political economy, asks this fundamental question: then how do political and economic spheres interact with each other, and how does this interaction affect developmental outcomes? And based on this question, our main goal in the program, in the study program, is to explore the diversity of political and economic systems in the world. Since our expertise is mostly in Central and Eastern European countries and European countries, our primary focus is the EU, but we also look beyond the EU, obviously. We look at China, look at the US, and other major economies that shape global economic relationships. So we try to explore the diversity of political and economic systems and their consequences, economic consequences, and it's really important that we try to give you a broad methodological toolkit. So unlike the methodological individualism of neoclassical economic studies, we emphasize that qualitative and quantitative methods are both really important to apply in order to discover a really intensive and interesting variety of political and economic systems and their consequences on economic development and growth. So both qualitative and quantitative methods we use, and we give you a rather extensive toolkit in this respect. Here are some of the topics that we cover in the program, some of the concepts that we cover, and please note that this is not an exhaustive list, it's just an excerpt, it's just a fragment of the main concepts. We look at inequality, we look at the relationship between democracy and capitalism, which is not an easy relationship actually, which is a very interesting relationship. We look at foreign direct investment, we look at developmental states, we address the issue of economic backwardness and upgrading and semi-peripherality in that respect. Also, we discuss the issue of past dependence, institutional stability and change, and so on and so on. So there's a really broad and diverse set of concepts that we investigate and also empirically investigate. So we put a lot of emphasis on the empirical aspects. Next slide. In some more concrete terms, this is the structure of our study program. So it is composed of 2 years and 4 semesters. And these semesters are divided into quarters, into basically 2 parts. And in the first semester, so in the first 2 quarters of the study program, we give you the foundations of political economy, In terms of methodological foundations, we have a course on empirical analytical methods, and we give you the conceptual foundations with historical linkages between economy and politics, the political and economic systems and transitions, and state and governance. So basically, we try to address the really broad conceptual frame of political economy from several disciplinary angles, meaning the study program includes political science, economics, but also law and also sociology to a certain extent. In the next semester, in the second semester, we have a class on international and comparative economic law, and the public economics and public choice, political economy and macroeconomics. And also there is an outlook on international political economy with the course on states and globalization. So these 8 courses conclude the first year. And in the second year, in the first semester, we offer 2 specializations. The first specialization that you may choose is Central and Eastern Europe. And here we put we place the focus on Central and Eastern Europe, and we explore its intricate relationship with the EU and how it is positioned not only in the European Union, but also in the global economy. We address the semi-peripherality of Central and Eastern Europe and its consequences. And there is another specialization which is fully managed and offered by the Global Studies Institute, specialization on international political economy, which takes a broader perspective, international political economy's perspective on international capital and financial markets, trade policy and institutions. So both specializations are really, really great and very exciting. And I very much look forward to both of them starting for the first time in the next academic year, as our first year students will choose their specializations. And last but not least, the last semester, the 7th and the 8th quarter, let's say, is entirely dedicated to thesis writing and the mandatory internship. So there are no educational or there are no classes, no educational activities in this respect in the last semester. This is for you to complete your thesis and also to find a potential employer in your place of internship. I have 2 more slides. So what international study opportunities we may offer? Since this is a new program, these opportunities are relatively limited, but we try to expand them as much as we can. So the Erasmus program is still open and hopefully will be open for our students. And from the start of the next academic year, the Political Economy Master Program will become part of the CEMS Masters in International Management program. Peter previously talked about this CEMS quite extensively, so I don't want to repeat what he already told. This is a great opportunity to earn a double degree and become a member of the very prestigious CEMS community. So the Master in Political Economy program gives you an entry to the CEMS as well. Career perspectives. You may wonder where you may find a job. And this is based on international examples and also based on my own acquaintances and my friends. I have quite a lot of friends who have a political economy degree, background in political economy. Multinational companies, and especially those who have contacts with the state, very eager to employ political economy graduates. Also international consulting firms. There are quite a lot of potential job opportunities with international governmental and non-governmental organizations. Several friends of mine, for instance, work for the European Commission. And obviously, the program itself is designed in a way that our graduates will have really great skills in conducting research and analysis. So research institutes may also welcome our graduates. And the media and the state administration are also potential future employers who graduate from the political economy program. As for the application procedure, we have a rather how to formulate this rather elaborate credit requirements. So you have to earn those ECTS credits to be eligible for the program. You have to have methodology in economics, political science, political economy, and social sciences, 6 ECTS credits or equivalent. But any further information on the credit recognition or credit recognition form, you may scan this QR code, and it will lead you to the page, dedicated page of the university, where you can find more information about that. As for the entry requirements, and that is going to be my last slide, those students, those applicants who graduated from an ACSB or EQUI accredited university or a SAMS member university, and they have at least a final grade of the diploma as a good diploma, then you will be very likely to get into the program, and you will be also very likely to get a Corvinus scholarship. I mean, I tell you this for informational purposes only, because the exact description can be found in the university's webpage. But this is more or less what you can expect if you have a ACSB degree from a university with an ACSB accreditation and a good degree. Then most probably you are not only welcome to the program, but you may also get a scholarship. Go back to the previous slide, because I also have to mention, obviously, that if you don't have a degree from an ACSB, EQUI, or SAMS accredited higher education institution, you can also get into the program by submitting, or by basically doing one of those international tests, NMAT, GMAT, and the others which I listed here. So we also have this entry opportunity for those who are interested in studying political economy. And that concludes my short introduction to this program. If you have questions, then please write me. I'm open and available for consultation. Here's my email address, but also you have the opportunity now to ask questions, if there are any. And thank you for your attention, obviously.
Thank you for your presentation, Gergő. I would like to invite back Peter for answering some previous questions.
Hi,
Peter.
Hello.
Hi, Gergő.
We had some questions.
Okay.
One of them was, there an interview mandatory at the English Management and Leadership program?
Yes, for the English Language Management and Leadership program, because this is a double degree program and a SAMS double degree program, it is mandatory to have the oral entrance exam. It is part of the scoring system in the admission process, and it will be early in June, as usually the master admission exams are here in Hungary, so somewhere during the first day of June. And how to prepare. On our website, there is a description of the admission requirements, and within this description, there is a link to a special document that have some details on how to prepare to the problem-solving exercise and how to prepare to the admission interview. But actually, it's more about your already acquired skills, so too much preparation won't be needed. I hope that some of my colleagues will be able to share the direct link of this one-pager, so this short flyer of the oral entrance exam of the Management and Leadership in English program.
Thank you for your answer. If you have a bit more time, I got some questions as well, which would maybe be helpful for others. These questions are for the both of you, so it would be really nice if you could both answer them. The one that got to my mind was what sets this course that you're representing apart from other courses in other universities?
Okay, maybe I can start. So actually, this was in the focus of my presentation. So we think that we have outstanding students and a program that has unique features. In the Hungarian program, this specialty is the modules which have a long story here in the region, and I think many professionals in the field of controlling, process management, organization development are actually all graduates from Corvinus, and this gives us a special position and direct link to corporates and practical experiences that we can bring into the classes. While on the other hand, I don't have to tell it again that the English Language Management and Leadership program is a double degree program, and the SAMS program is the 11th best in the world. And even within this community, we were found to be the best based on the student evaluation. So I think that there are a lot of strengths that we can talk about here, but I pass it to Gergő.
Thank you, Peter. So, as I mentioned, this is the only political economy master program in Hungary, and also in the broader region. There are very few universities that offer political economy program. And the first year students, exceptionally talented. So it's a privilege to teach them. And they represent a very good mixture in terms of the background that they have. In terms of political science, economics, and business, and also international studies. So I encourage everyone who is interested in international economic and political issues to consider applying for this study program, because it's a unique one in that respect. It basically combines political science and economic perspectives. Very importantly, political economy, in our understanding and in the study program, is a field which contests, challenges some of the main assumptions of mainstream economics. So this is a study program which addresses similar questions as standard economics or classical economics master programs, but with a broader conceptual toolkit, broader methodological toolkit, and a diverse, rather different perspective. So this is the main selling point, I think, and also that this kind of knowledge is that we offer is very much sought after in those potential employers circles which I've listed. So it's really fun, and it's really exciting, and I really encourage everyone who has a sense for international economic and political issues to apply for this program.
Thank you for your answers. I have one more question for you, if you're up for it.
Shara, just to, sorry for interrupt you, but I saw that there is one specific question to the language exam requirement of the SAMS program as well, and I want to clarify this as well. Right. So C1 level exam, specific type of this exam is prescribed by SAMS, and you have to submit it. And the exception is for only those English language bachelor programs that were offered by accredited schools. Accredited here means accredited by either ASCSB or ACVIS. So if you have a degree from an international business school, a bachelor degree entirely taught in English but not accredited by ASCSB or ACVIS, or it's not in a English language territory, then still you will need to submit an international English language exams tests in order to get admitted to the English language management and leadership program.
Thank you so much. So the question that I wanted to ask you was, for what kind of students would you recommend your course?
Well, first of all, we can talk about skills and aspiration, and I think that in all Corvinus master programs, we are always eager to have and lucky to have very talented, ambitious, hardworking students. I think it's really important, because then you will be able to leverage the class discussions, the stimulating debates during the classes. So ambition, high performance, and openness, these are really important, critical thinking. But on the other hand, what I think we need to talk about that we like the diversity of the students. So our program is not limited to management undergraduates, but of course, some sort of business background is always beneficial to achieve better, especially during the very first months of the program. So it's not limited to the management students, because diversity, I think, always helps our program. But for sure, if you have a degree like in sociology, like Shara you had in our program, then of course I recommend to use the spring semester to have some catch-up courses, or even volunteering in studying some finance, management, HR, and other topics to get a bit more familiar with those terms and concepts that we will use already in September in our program.
If I may add to Peter's very, very nicely formulated well, not requirements, but the background of the students and the ambition. I will also add two more things: open-minded, and I think you also mentioned it, and also like challenges, they like intellectual challenges, and also those ones who like to work in teams and discover how to function when there is a team effort, and this way they can. Because we actually emphasize and we place a lot of efforts on teamwork and projects that during the classes we discussed, and also we give them as assignments. So open-minded, hardworking, diligent, critical, looking for intellectual challenges, and a fun atmosphere. So this is going to be a fun exercise and a fun environment, I can assure you.
Thank you so much for answering these questions, and also thank you for your time and your presentations. I would like to welcome the next presenter, who is Antal Szántai, who's going to hold a presentation about communication and media science.
Antal Szántai, head of the program of Communication and Media Studies Master's program. And I don't see actually the audience, but never mind, I'm used to have online speeches without knowing who is listening to. So showing some slides about important to know but you probably also during these open days you know these important services as the student services. So I skip this education institution and media. Director of the institute and Professor Rick. So I skip portion who should have more information and more precise information on the important is that our program, the Communication and Media Studies Masters, is a very open one, probably unique at the Corvinus University, because we accept very, very different arts, economic sciences, law, IT, art science fields. Don't come directly from a community credits minimum can collect these credits from different. You can have here a short view on this. Only probably before this credit one. This study we have specialization semester program, so together 100 specializations: international communication, political communication, both set up of 4 5 credit courses plus the 20 credits attached to the thesis run, the thesis consultation, the third and fourth semester. At the end of the first, need at least 20 higher students have a equal choice among the students. We have also an internship, the praxis of, so you can naturally practice your what you learned during the program, but in internship. And finally, thesis writing and the defense is included in the final exam. The nation on preset topics of the program or the earlier courses you had. So further mark at Corvinus University, but we have an excellent student research conference, a lot of research writing. We have also we are part. This is a scholarship
Okay, it seems like we're having some technical difficulties. We're very sorry about that. In the meantime, we encourage you to collect some questions for any kind of topics. And also, you can visit our website or our social platforms. So, yes, thank you for your time. And as I mentioned it earlier, you can also ask any questions in the comments. We will try to answer them as greatly as possible. And I would also like to encourage you again to visit our website and inform there. Okay, so some other informations. You can also join us tomorrow for the second part of the Masters Open Day, which will be also held in online form. So you can join us tomorrow as well, which will start at 3 p.m. And you can also listen to other master programs which would not be held today. So as I said, if you have any questions, please tell us. We will try to answer them as best as possible. And okay, it seems like it's going to be good now. So I would like to call back Antal Szentai.
Yeah, I did
Hello?
not hear, and if somebody is listening.
Yes, we can hear you, but it's very bad, and we cannot actually understand your sentences. It might be some kind of technical problem.
Okay, I don't know what's the problem I have. Normally, it cannot do anything on this. Okay, so time is over.
All right. My suggestion is that based on the small informations that we could understand from your presentation, maybe we will have some questions, and if there is, maybe you can try to answer them. Yes. So in the meantime, while we're waiting, I would like to ask you the same questions as I asked for the previous courses as well. For what kind of students would you recommend this course?
I did not hear what you said.
Okay, I also didn't hear what you said, so we will try to solve this problem in another way. I will try to read your presentation that you sent to us so we can give the information. And if there will be any questions from the audience, you can maybe write down your answers and I will communicate it to the others. Okay, so student services. on the main page the university, and then you can click on organizations and service area, but you can also see at this link, and this is responsible for all administrative issues, problems, for example, the Neptune registrations, financial matters, and others. The institute is called Department for Communications and Media, and you can find the people who are in charge for that at these infos. And the rooms that you can see are in the E building, but you can also contact these people from their email. So about the application for this course specifically, there's more information on the website, but there has been the application announcement at the 15th of December for Stipendium Hungaricum and Diaspora scholarships. There will be at January 15th, and for Hungarian citizens via favi.hu will be by 15th of February. For self-funded international students at Corvinus University will be at 15th of June. About the admissions, there will be a competency test organized by the university, and also for this course as well, as you heard from other courses as well, you will have to do the international test, the NMAT or GMAT, and Corvinus graduates with good diploma results are accepted for this course. They advise you to read the information page carefully, and yes. About the previous studies, they accept with the complete credit value communications and media science undergraduate BA courses and the college level communication undergraduate degree. There's also accepted with the completion of 30 credits or ECTS undergraduate BA programs of the liberal arts, economic sciences, law, IT, arts, art communication, and social sciences fields as well. As I mentioned earlier, there's a credit acceptance with a minimum of 30 credits or ECTS from the fields of network communication, economics and management, HR, cultural anthropology, cultural science, communication, marketing, media studies, media culture, media literacy, work psychology, introduction to intercultural studies, art and art communication, linguistic sciences, international communications, special media studies, sociology, social psychology, and PR. And there's no prescribed catch-up courses for this course. The study program is available also at the university's website, and there are core courses which will be 68 credits, and specializations include 40 credits. There are also elective courses with 12 credits. So in total, for the 4 semesters, you will have to do 120 credits. There are some specializations for this course as well: international communication, political communication. In the second year, the 3rd and 4th semester, there's total of 40 credits, and you will have to do courses and project seminar, and also thesis consultation for 10 credits. Registration at the end of the first year will happen for these specializations, and a minimum of 20 students are required for each specialization. There's also an internship possibility for students at this course. 90 hours in a relevant job at any company is obligatory in any semester or in the summer this is completable, and splitting these 90 hours are not allowed. It has to be administered by student services in the Neptune platform, and you have to get an approval from before starting your internship. There will be an evaluation form and internship report after closing the internship, and acceptance of early work experience will be possible. Then you will have to do your thesis and final exam. These topics and supervisors on the department's webpage. Registration for the thesis will be in the 3rd semester in November, and the thesis consultation will start in the 4th semester. You have to upload this by April in the 4th semester, and there will be 2 written evaluations or reviews, supervisor and another professor or external colleague, which will get on your thesis, and the thesis defense included into the final exam will take 50 minutes. The other part of the final exam is an oral exam based on the topic list, which will be given to you beforehand. There are further opportunities with this course. For example, you can take place in many Erasmus Plus opportunities. You can take place in Students Research Conference or new program of National Excellence Scholarship Frame. There's a teaching assistant positions for many courses, which you can apply for in each semester. There are PhD opportunities in communication and media at Corvinus University as well. And the program preferences are excellent program ranking, quality subjects, and competent professors, lecturers, practice-oriented, high competencies in knowledge and practice, various career and job opportunities, and quick entrance in employment and outstanding income. You can get further information online, as well as for other courses too, and you can visit our web page for this, and we're also available on Instagram and Facebook. So this would have been Antal Szentai's presentation, and we are very sorry for these technical issues. We hope that this was a little bit of help at least, so you can hear a bit of the presentation. If there's any questions, maybe we can try to read them, and then Antal can maybe answer them in text, so I can read them out loud. If there is not, I think it would be best to go on. Antal, thank you so much for your time, and we're very sorry for these difficulties again. And thank you. Goodbye. And our next presenter is going to be Zsolt Matthews, who is going to hold a presentation about advanced supply chain management. Welcome.
Welcome, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. So, welcome, everyone. I would like to give you a quick overview about our Advanced Supply Chain Management Master Program, which is a new one-year master program at the university. And due to the limited time, I won't go into all of the details that you will see on the slides, but should you have any questions after the presentation, I will be more than happy to answer those questions. So just a quick quote, probably all of you are very familiar with Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla, and also founder of a lot of other companies. And Tesla is still one of the most promising electric vehicle manufacturer. But a couple of years ago, when they started to produce the Tesla 3 model, they actually had a lot of problems related to logistics and operations, and that was the time when actually Mr. Musk said that, sorry, you've gone from production hell to delivery logistics hell. So they were able to address the manufacturing and operations issues. But after that, they unfortunately experienced real problems with the delivery part of the supply chain. So here's the quick agenda. I would like to tell you some facts about supply chains, what's the aim of our program, who we are, an overview of the master program, and also what are the new entry requirements, and some words about the community itself and the student representatives that we also use as a help for the students and for us as well. So some quick facts. Here you can see that the supply chain management industry is already a multi-billion-dollar business, and it is projected to grow pretty dynamically. Also, I have to add that this supply chain management industry is just basically the supply chain management part. So like having 4PL supply chain providers, account, consulting companies, and so on and so on. So obviously the underlying activities constitute to a much bigger market. So like the total logistics and transportation industry globally should be around $5,000 or $6,000 billion. And also we are teaching a lot of stuff about operations management and service management. So basically every kind of company is in our focus, basically, because you will find these operations everywhere. Also, sustainability is becoming more and more important for the companies globally, and the supply chain accounts for more than 90% of consumer goods companies' environmental impact. And also, there are a lot of disruptions going on in the industry. Some of them are pretty extreme. You might have heard about the problems at the Red Sea, where the Houthi rebels aim for ships in the Red Sea. And for example, just one consequence for us is that the Suzuki factory in Hungary now is shut down for a week because they are not able to get the necessary materials for the production because of this disruption. But what I would also like to highlight is the talent and skill shortages that are very important, and that also means that there's a lot of potential for people specializing in supply chain management or learning about supply chain and operations management, because there will be really good job opportunities for you. What's the aim of the program? We would like to train experts who are able to manage corporate logistics systems and supply chains and networks spanning across companies and also within the companies, so handling the operations. And we would like you to possess both the necessary theoretical knowledge and also the knowledge of practical solutions. So you will be able to plan, analyze, develop processes within and between companies. And here you can see some phrases or catchwords that are pretty important. So you will be able to work in complex business environments. Also, you have to and you will rely on common sense. So supply chain management is a very logical thing, and having a common sense is a big advantage. Also, it is very fact-driven, but you have to be creative to be able to manage all the problems that just keep emerging. We would also like to provide you actionable knowledge, giving you deep insights about the whole industry and the working of supply chains. And we also emphasize the cooperation and work in teams. So who we are, our department is a supply chain management department within the Institute of Operations and Decision Sciences. And our master program has a pretty long history. So it was first launched back in '92. And until recently, it was a 2-year-long master program. Now we changed to a 1-year-long program, which actually encompasses the supply chain management knowledge that was also previously featured in a 2-year-long program, along with other courses that were used to give you some business foundation and outlook to other fields. It's a small community. Typically, we have no more than 40 students per year. So this is like one seminar group. And we have very strong relationship with the industry. Here you can see a couple of partners from our network. And you can see that we have a lot of companies involved in the transportation and logistics industry itself. For example, Ecol, 4Flow, which is a 4PL provider managing supply chains, Transped, Waberers, DPD, and so on and so on. But we also have a lot of companies coming from the manufacturing and service industries like Bosch, Audi, ExxonMobil, Richter Gedeon, Porsche Hungaria, Decathlon. So you can see that we really cover a lot of industries through these partners. And here you can see an overview of the master's program. It will be organized next year in a quarter-year fashion. It's possible that in later years it will be switched back to the half-year semesters. We will see that. It's a decision of the university. But currently the quarter-year structure will be used. And here you can see the different courses that we offer. The web page will be updated by next week because now the new entry requirement just came out and became official. And on the web page, you will also find the description of the different courses in more details. But you can see that basically we again cover all aspects of the supply chain. So we will start with purchasing and supply management, operations strategy and research. We will look at the legal issues of supply chains, the logistics and distribution part, state-of-the-art manufacturing and operations solution. And then in the second semester, we will focus more on like the holistic view of the supply chains, and we will apply all the previously learned material in these courses like supply chain planning, controlling and finance, and also supply chain strategy. What is important is that if you have experience to supply chains or to operations management to some extent due to your courses in the bachelor program, we designed the master program that you won't have like any overlap. So it's not like you are doing your bachelor program again, but we would like to give you brand new and state-of-the-art knowledge about this field. Obviously, it might happen that not everyone will be at the same level. So we will provide onboarding materials and process. So if you feel the need to look for some information about like operations management or that kind of stuff, then we will provide all the materials and you can look at it. Obviously, we will also be at your disposal to help you. And also you can see some other things that we will provide to you, like student competitions, which are actually not constrained to the university, but they are at the national level. So we have this NLVK, this is the logistic leaders of big companies. They are organizing logistics competition and wow, maybe it's like the 7th or 8th year now. So it has a really good history. Also 4Flow, what I mentioned to you, the 4PL provider companies started to organize their own competition and they want to make it international in the future. There will be company visits during the courses. If you want to participate in conferences, there will be opportunities for those as well. And MLBKT, which is the Hungarian Association of Logistics, Purchasing and Inventory Management, is the biggest logistics organization in Hungary. There's an opportunity for our students to participate free in their yearly conference, which is always organized in the autumn semester. There are also multiple research project opportunities, and I will talk about the community events and the student representatives a bit later. Also, we plan to offer you short-term exchange programs. Unfortunately, due to the 1-year-long setup, it's not possible to go for a double degree under these circumstances because the program is just too short. But we try to find some alternative solution that you can still have this kind of experience. Here you can see the entry requirements. I also put the link here, so this honnan hova tábla, which can be also reached from the general admission website. So the minimum amount of credits you need to bring is 20, of which at least 3 has to be logistics related. And there are several BSc programs that you can qualify automatically, basically, because you already have this kind of logistics related credit amount after learning all your obligatory courses. Obviously, you need to start the credit recognition process, but it will be accepted automatically. And many more BSc program students can still apply if they have this minimum 3 credits. These credits are not included in your obligatory study plan, but with elective courses, you can get those credits. Also, we recognize work experience, related work experience, and other non-formal knowledge. Like, for example, you have some kind of a other diploma, or you finished a course that gave you a certification in this field. So these can also be accepted under the current regulation. What positions are open to our graduates? Basically, supply chain management is independent of sectors, as I mentioned to you. So production and trading companies, shared service centers, logistics service provider firms, and so on and so on. So they all have some kind of exposure to supply chain and operations, definitely, within the organization. And here you can see just some sample position names, but there are many more out there. And you also have quite a large alumni network on LinkedIn that you can get in touch with. And quickly about the community events and the student representatives. So typically we host one bigger event per semester. Here you can see some examples, like a trip with company visit, a bowling or pool championship. This semester we had a pool event with the students, treasure hunt or a picnic. So we try to make these events a bit more diverse, not just going for the same thing every time. And also we have the so-called student representatives. There will be 2 of them per class, and they are selected by you, so the fellow students. And they are the ones that can streamline the communication between the faculty and the group. So they will keep contact with the department and with me as a program director about questions that are important or relevant for the studies. And also if there are some information that has to be relayed from the students, then they can do it. And after the exam period, we have some kind of a feedback session where they can share the experience of the students with us and vice versa. And if there are certain problems, then we try to figure out how to mitigate those problems. So thank you very much for your attention. We still have a couple of minutes for questions. Do not hesitate to contact me. You find my email at the bottom. And also, as I mentioned to you, the website will be updated by next week with this brand new information that just came out about the entry requirements.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Joyce. We still have a few minutes, so I might ask you a question if it's okay.
Okay.
For what kind of students would you recommend this program for?
Actually, it's both an easy and a hard question. So the easy part is that basically you have operations everywhere and processes everywhere, and you have to deal with those processes on a daily level and improve those to make them more efficiently. So a certain part of our program actually deals with these kind of operations and processes, regardless of the industry and the organization. So this can be useful basically for everyone, I guess. The hard part is that, okay, supply chain management can be a bit more specific. So definitely, if you want to have, I would say challenging, but creative tasks, then supply chains can provide that to you. Just imagine that I mentioned this Red Sea problem. Okay, the ships are not coming because they are under direct attack from certain rebel groups. You still need the material, you have to solve it. And basically you have to solve it very soon because you don't want to shut down the factory. So this can be like one extreme example, but we experienced a lot of these events recently. We also had the COVID. Okay, now you cannot reach your customers anymore physically because everything is shut down. You have to come up with an online solution and an online delivery system, but you need to put the logistics behind that, how to reach those customers. You need to build up this omni-channel capability. And obviously there will be a very important marketing aspect to that, how to reach and persuade the customers to buy from you, but you also need to provide the goods. So it's nice if they are able to order from your website, but if you are not able to provide the goods for them, then it's in vain. So yeah, it's basically supply chain management is just everywhere. So I can recommend this field to anyone.
All right, thank you. I've seen in the comments that there has been another question about can people apply for a master's program if the bachelor's degree is in humanities?
Actually, for this, I need to look at the study plan, what kind of courses you had. If you can send me your curriculum, then I can answer this question directly, because the 20 credits have to come from 3 broad fields, basically. One field is like methodological courses, the other one is basic business knowledge, and the third one is logistics related. But you can combine these fields in any way to get the 20 credits, basically. Yeah. So it's possible, but I cannot tell it just yet.
Thank you so much. And thank you again for your presentation. It's very interesting.
Thank you very much for having me.
I would like to engage with the audience and tell them if you have any more questions for Zsolt, you can contact him at the email address that he showed you. And for the next part, we are going to welcome our next presenter. I'm sorry, but there's another comment that just came in. Are there?
Yes, actually there are some BA programs. So basically here the underlying situation is that if there's a master program that has a BA program as well, then basically you can skip the credit recognition phase. If there's no such corresponding BA program, then you have to initiate the credit recognition process. And for example, there's no such BA program as supply chain management at Corvinus. So in that case, you have to initiate the credit recognition process. But if you qualify due to your bachelor studies, like for example, international business or the many bachelor programs I mentioned on the slide, then it will be an automatic qualification. You just need to initiate the process because now this is the rule. So it will be more like a formal thing to do.
Thank you for the answers and also for the presentation again.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. And for our next presentation, we will hear Attila Barta and Eva Kovács about public policy and management.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Good afternoon. Could you hear me? Yes?
Yes, I think it's perfectly.
Okay. So thanks a lot, Eva. We can also hear you very well. Nice to see you at this Public Governance and MSc Open Day presentation. So why to come to this is the public governance, so it's not the public policy and management. Interestingly, something happened with the presentations, because that's, yeah, thank you very much. So this is the good one. Okay, so let me present you the Public Policy and Management program. This is a program with high international reputation and practice-oriented learning. If you think that which is the best program for you, why to choose our one? One suggestion that because at the end you receive a very prestigious grade. We have an accreditation at the European Association for Public Administration accreditation programs. In addition, we have a very established international exchange program network, the European Masters of Public Administration. Here we are cooperating with leading West European universities from the Netherlands, Belgium, Sweden, France, and so on. We also have a double degree program with the University of Palermo, and that's very helpful for us because we have Italian students among our students, and also for our students this is a great opportunity to have a direct and established link with the Italian culture and the broader governance problems and solution attempts of Italy. For the international embeddedness of the program, it's also important that actually we have top scholars. These are global leading experts from the Catholic University of Leuven in the Public Governance Institute, also the global and international social policy expert Marcus Ketela, and Stephen Osborne, who is a leading scholar in the collaborative governance, so how government actors, political actors, non-government societal actors, business actors are cooperating in order to promote the well-being of the community. Who are the instructors of our programs? First of all, what could be specific compared to many other programs, that we have instructors who are also practicing the public policy issues, public governance issues, and the policy analysis. That helps us because we have a strong embeddedness with the direct real-life policy analysis world. Case studies in small groups, quantitative and qualitative methods are applied at the same time. And actually, we try to use interactive teaching methods. In addition, this is also helpful because we have internship opportunities provided for the students thanks to our instructors. Eva will tell you a little bit more about the labor market careers, so I will not specify it at this stage. Perhaps three things concerning the specializations. In the first stage of the program, you have the opportunity to study the general public policy, public management issues, and later to switch to the specializations, to the modules. Here you can see that which is the composition of the program. There are some methodological, substantive background courses in academic writing, qualitative and quantitative methods, because in order to be well-informed and sensitive policymaker, you have to be quite able to master different kind of scientific and analytical methodologies. Economics courses about the political institutions are also part of the methodological and substantive background courses. Then the second pillar are the public economics and the public policy core courses, institutions of public policy analysis, social cost and benefit intervention analysis, program and performance evaluation. This is a very popular course also among students of other programs because they are able to master evaluate how to consider the different factors of state interventions and public interventions. Then another setting of the courses are more related to the public management and public administration. Here, the courses are always comparative, internationally embedded, reflecting to the issues of multi-level governance, for example, the role of the international organizations. We are also studying as a specific course the corruption and governance issues. And we have the compulsory elective courses and free elective courses. If I would like to summarize in one mission sentence that what is the major role or the ambition of the program, that we would like to help our students that they can promote the well-being of the communities. That is why we are studying evidence-based policies, but also public management and collaborative governance. And these features are reflected our three modules: the governance, the human development, and the NGO and civil society modules. At this stage, I would like to give the floor to Eva, who will share with you some interesting news concerning the future of our students from the alumni community survey.
Thank you so much, Attila. So I'm pretty sure that you are very much interested where you can build your career after graduating from our program. So first of all, I would say that this program is for you if you want to understand, lead, and shape the future of your society, because with this degree, you can find your career and build your career in many sectors which related to the society and to the public issues. So we have a very vibrant community life in our program, but also when you graduate, you will be part of a very strong alumni community. So as you can see, we have a survey based on alumni responses. Where did they manage to find their job, their career after graduation? And as you see that 27% of the students found their job in ministry, in different offices like statistical office, parliament, central bank, or local government and regional government. So those analytical skills that you gain during the program and those very complex multidimensional knowledge that you gain from courses enable you to understand and manage the government issues. You can also gain a lot of analytical, theoretical knowledge and background, which enables you to continue your study in PhD schools and end up in an academic environment. So 24% of our alumni work in research institutions or in universities as researchers or teachers. You can also find a job beyond the public sector. 30% of our alumni found a job as analyst or expert in the bank sector, financial sector, telecommunication sector, because they have very strong analytical skills that they can utilize in their daily job. Also part of the business sector, but it's a bit different, the consultancy. So in the consultancy sector, also 6% of our alumni working there because they know very well how to analyze government policies, government issues, the backgrounds, and they are ready to provide consultancy even for private entities. We have stronger connections with UNICEF or other UN institution, EU organization. Some of our courses focusing on multi-level government, which introduce you to how the EU organization works. So 7% of our students find their career path in international organizations. And also we have a strong focus on civil society and non-profit organizations, even service delivery non-profit organizations or advocacy groups. So 4% of our alumni students decided to work for the non-profit. So I think this graph shows that you have many opportunities, and this program, this degree opens you many doors after the graduation. And as Professor Barta said, we have a strong relation with employers already during the study program, so you can find internship, you can get some guest lecturer from the practice. So it's very strongly interrelated, our program and the practical environment.
Thank you, Eva. Just a few words, because of course our program is very helpful. I really like our colleagues who are supporting our work, and this is a joint work indeed. Here there are the main contacts of the program and the Department of Public Policy, program coordinator, alumni and internship coordinator, the head of the secretariat, the head of the Department of Public Policy. So here you can see our contacts. If you have specific questions concerning the credit recognition process, concerning the background, so please don't hesitate to write us. Just a few words perhaps about these technical issues, because I see that we still have some minutes. Okay, so students who have been studying in the Applied Economics BA program at the Corvinus University, they don't have to ask the credit recognition process. Otherwise, the credit recognition process requires some basic knowledge in economics, some basic knowledge in other social sciences, some basic knowledge in methodology, and some, let's say, specific knowledge related to the public policies, such as education policy, multi-level governance, EU policy, public administration knowledge, and so on. These credit recognition requirements are not very hard ones, but if you have questions or you have doubts, please write me. And I will make some advices that which courses could be accepted as part of this credit recognition process. The general observation of the past years that most of the students, almost everybody, is completing. Just this is the right, let's say, grouping of the courses you have already completed in the past. And please follow, or we have a quite nice social media website where you can see a little bit more what are the experiences of our students who participated in double degree programs, who participated in a 6-month study trip in the Catholic University of Leuven, and so on. So you will see the direct experiences, and you can see also the academic outstanding performance of our colleagues. Jörg Heinal, for instance, who is a very outstanding publication track record, and many other colleagues as well. So thank you very much, and I think we still have some minutes if you have questions.
Yes, we should probably open the floor for comments and questions if we receive some from the audience.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It was very interesting. As I see, there's no comments or questions, but I prepared some for you if you're up for it.
Yeah, definitely.
I was wondering, are there any opportunities for students to take part in any research projects or work on real-world problems during this course?
Mm-hmm. Attila, do you want to respond the research part, and maybe
yes,
I can
exactly. That was my idea. So would you mind to start with the non-research part?
Yeah, sure. So actually, our study program built on real-world experiences. So our colleagues putting a large focus on student-oriented and very interactive teaching method. So we likely using projects during our study program when we engage, for example, real nonprofit organizations or real managers from the public sector who presenting the students real problems from outside the world, and our students during their semester working on finding out the solution of this problem. And we engage also a lot of case studies into our materials. So beyond the theories and the great concept, we're putting a huge emphasis to applying this knowledge on real-world practice and up-to-date situations.
Okay, so let me answer the research part of this question. Students are regularly involved in the research related to the department. Just the most recent experience of us at present with our colleagues, we are working in an international collaborative research, so-called robust project. We would like to find that which are the most robust instruments of governance when we face different sort of crises, such as the global financial crisis some 15 years ago, and then the refugee crisis, and then the COVID crisis. So with the colleagues from Denmark and Italy and Germany, Estonia, and many other countries, we are studying that which are the most effective short-term and long-term instruments of governance to remain robust, resistant under the different crisis conditions. And students have been participating in the literature review, in studying how to do really high quality academic research in a competitive international environment. So yes, there are many examples. In addition, we organized several international research conferences the past 2 years at our university, and our students were really glad to participate as interns in many different functions, in organization, in management, in communication issues. So we have had great experience with them. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your answers, and also for the presentation again. Thank you for your time, and have a very nice day.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you very
Shara.
much, Shara.
Thank you for listening us.
And thank you for listening us. And the next colleagues are our, let's say, the sister program of our program, and we are listening to our colleagues now. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And the next presentation will be held by György Hajnal and Gábor Tamás Molnár. They will speak about the public governance. Welcome.
Good evening. Is the voice okay? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So good evening, everybody. Let me introduce ourselves. My colleague Gábor is an assistant professor at the Department of Public Policy, and takes a very significant role in coordinating the two master programs we have. I am György Hajnal, professor at the Department of Public Policy. The Public Governance Master Program is actually, it has grown out of the flagship program of our department, which is the previous one, the Public Policy and Management. We've been running that program for more than 15 years now, almost 20. And the intention behind this new public governance master program was actually to build on the existing credentials, the track record of the PUMA program, the Public Policy Management Program, but also offer something new, a new component. The two most important elements that are new in this program compared to the previous one, first of all, one is the technical element, that it is a one-year program. So this is designed for those students who are really eager on having their degrees, master degrees, as quickly as possible. Of course, we would not want to sacrifice quality for time, so we had to make we had to refocus also content-wise our program, which means that we dropped some elements, but also added some new elements. And that's the second thing I would like to emphasize. So the new element in this public governance master program is actually the idea that solving public problems facing the community, so-called public policy problems, is increasingly something that requires collective action beyond the traditional realm of government, ministries, agencies, maybe local governments. And instead, what we see globally is an increasing collaboration, network-like connecting to one another of local, regional, and global actors. So we would like to emphasize in this and focus on this program to this collaborative character of governance, and that's why we named it Public Governance Program. The very notion of governance emphasizes the networked and collaborative character, reaching beyond the realm of government in the traditional sense. Apart from these new elements, many of the things that you see on this slide are actually similar to what you have seen if you watch the previous presentation. We would like to build on the existing strengths that we accumulated over the past years, which means an excellent network of international scholars from the top range of the global academic practice who regularly come to guest teach at our program. The teaching staff, to a significant extent, is identical with the one that we had, my colleague Attila has just introduced to you. The didactic approach is also similar to that. In terms of content, a significant element, a significant proportion of these compulsory courses that you can see now are similar or identical to what we had in the PUMA program. There are some new elements, approximately more than a third, almost half of the compulsory courses are different from what we have in the other program. And these are the elements that predominantly focus on this collaborative aspect of governance. So that's the probably the substantive parts. You might wonder how we can do a master program, which most of the time in Hungary run for 2 years. How we can do it in 1 year? My answer to this question is twofold. First, we typically expect most of the time a higher level, entry-level preparation of students. So whereas in the 2-year program, we can receive students with more diverse backgrounds, and we offer them preparatory and catch-up courses if they don't have the necessary background. Here, this is not the case. And you also have to sacrifice other things like international mobility options, which are very emphatic in the other program, are not present here. Here, the core idea is to help the students move through the program within 1 year. Of course, there are some options to specialize yourself, and those elements can be listed, can be seen on the right-hand side of the figure. Now, I would like to ask my colleague Gabor to provide his insights about this program.
Thank you. So there are a few aspects that actually also probably apply to the public policy and management program, but the aspects that we really would like to retain and maybe even enhance with this public governance program. The first I would highlight is the community aspect of it. Now, we don't know how small or large this cohort, this first cohort of this new program would be, but we don't expect it to be too large. And from the experience of the public policy and management program, we can say that there's this really tight-knit community emerging around not just the program, but the department, where we have a lot of professional and not necessarily professional events and occasions when we meet, discuss, get to know each other. And I think that's a real asset. And on that note, this is usually a very diverse global community. So if you would like to not just meet, but collaborate, cooperate with diverse group of people from all around the world, then this is likely a good place for you. But at the same time, it's also a requirement. So there's a certain kind of openness that we require from our students. And then the second that I would highlight is the academic aspect of that openness. So if you're asking for whom is this program appropriate, I would say you need to be open to multiple perspectives, because at the core of governance is this interdisciplinarity, that we have different approaches linked by the substance, that is the problems facing our communities. And you have to be able to approach them from various perspectives like economics, law, political science. So that's an upside if you're looking to have a more complex view of our social issues, but it's also a strong requirement that you're able to understand and apply various frameworks or perspectives. And then thirdly, a very frequent question for all master's programs, of course, is how it relates to your other professional life or your work. Of course, for a one-year master's program, you cannot really work beside it if it's not related to what you do here. So what I would highlight is that a lot of our courses involve the kind of practical project-like work where you can bring your own topics. So I would say the only way in which we would recommend that you work while attending this program is if your work is related to either your thesis topic or what you can bring to our courses, where we ask you to bring your own interests, your own examples. And I think this is a real asset of the program, that we are able to accommodate those kind of personal backgrounds, interests, because the courses are flexible enough in their substance. The methods, the approaches are general enough that they can involve very different policy or governance areas depending on what you're interested in. So I would really recommend this program to those who are looking for a program that can involve their existing strong professional background and then widen and broaden their perspective with the other approaches that you can see on this in this table that we're currently projecting. And I think I'll stop here for the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It was super interesting. We have two questions from the audience, which are more basic questions, not exactly related to the program. The first one is, do we offer master programs in econometrics and economic analysis? You will hear more about this later on this evening, because the next few presentations will contain economic analysis and economic behavioral analysis. So yes, we will talk about this today. And there was another question about GRE registration. We currently don't know any alternatives for this requirement. I would suggest for you to search about this on our website a little bit more, and maybe reach out to our colleagues via email, so maybe they can offer you some kind of alternative opportunities for this specific problem. Thank you again for the questions, and we are open to any others related to this course as well. As we are waiting for other questions, I also have some prepared for you if you're up for it. I would like to ask, what kind of students would you recommend this program for?
Yeah, in my perspective, in my experience and perspective, I would say not only in Hungary but also globally, the typical students of public policy and public governance programs differ from most of the other social science programs students, in that they are typically more interested in issues of public interest. So there is typically an intention to serve the public good. I don't want to use big words. But also that it's a little bit similar to what you can observe when you look at actual workforce, people working in, say, companies, corporate entities, or public service entities and NGOs. A public service ethos, an intention and interest and intellectual as well as moral and emotional affiliation to problems of public interest. That's typically something that characterizes, I think, our students. So if you feel that this is something that resonates in you, then you would be probably, in that sense, a good candidate for our program.
Thank you so much. I have another one. Are there any opportunities for students to take part in any research projects or work on real-world problems during this course?
Maybe Gabor, as the person who is doing much of this coordination, we can tell a few words about this aspect.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. So, well, one aspect of this is what I already highlighted, in that if you have an existing professional background, we can very much accommodate that and help you flourish in that role through the tools, the theories, the methods that we equip you with. But of course, even if you don't have a position currently involved in governance, if you have a strong enough personal background, you can do a 1 year's master's. In which case, it might be very useful for you that we can involve you in various kinds of internship or research opportunities. And I think this is an important aspect of the program. The only reason it's not compulsory is that we might have more students than we have these kind of internship or research assistance opportunities, because the governance sphere is kind of small, so it's unpredictable whether we would be able to provide this to everyone. What I see from the past 3 or 4 years coordinating these programs is that the eager students, those who really want to be involved professionally, they do find the way either to be involved in, say, consulting or policy work through members of our department, or to be involved in our various research projects. During the presentation of the Public Policy and Management Program, you already heard about one of our ongoing projects. There are others as well, but that would be the most significant one that's specifically about issues of governance. Usually there are 2 or 3 of these kind of things with international links next to them running in parallel. Sometimes they require Hungarian language proficiency or connections because, of course, often we contribute the Hungarian perspective to international research, but I'm fairly confident that we're also able to involve non-Hungarian speaking students. Hungarian is just an advantage because if you're doing field work, you're likely to do it around the university and not in some other country. So yeah, we do try our best to involve our students in both research and practice.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm not sure if, because I'm just now looking at the chat flow and there is no more questions. So maybe I think we have 1 or 2 more minutes to go. I would just like to emphasize. I think what Gabor has said is fair enough. So I wouldn't want to add or anything from that or to that. I would like to emphasize one more element, which is a technical one. For those visitors, for those prospective students who consider enrolling to this program, I would like to emphasize for them that this is a pilot thing. So if they want to be on the safe side, they should also register for the 2-year modality of this program, which is the Public Policy and Management, because as it happened in the past, it may be the case that only the other one is being launched. So I think that's an important. We are actually experimenting, trying to explore the market, so to say, with this program. But keep in mind that there are some, uncertainties resulting from this exploration. So that's a technical comment. I see there is another question in the chat flow, but that's about the Master of Finance program, which is also something that is not us. So Emmanuel, there is going to be. I think is it still ahead of us, or the fine? Yeah.
Yes.
So it is. So there, it's your answer is going to be answered by an upcoming other presenter. I think we have approached our time limit, haven't we?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about our program, and good luck for the remaining part of the event.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. So for our next presentation, we will hear about the finance course held by Peter Juhász. Welcome.
Yeah, welcome everyone. I'm Peter Juhász and I'm the Program Director for Master in Finance. I'm an Associate Professor at the Institute of Finance. And we will just quickly review our offer here. So your journey with us would start from, as we see, 3 different sources. We welcome our Corvinus bachelor students. We also are very happy to receive students from other Hungarian universities and also universities from abroad. And you might be already aware of all the requirements for application, on which you had already a separate presentation. But once you get admitted to our program, we basically consider you absolutely equal, and we assume that you would do exactly show us the same performance as any of your fellows, which might lead to you willing to review some of the courses or books that were covered in our Bachelor for Finance and Accounting. If you do not have that background, we offer you some help so you can get at the same level very quickly, but you might be willing to prepare to cover anything that you do not have automatically because of your different bachelor. Basically, our students would have a wide variety of options of jobs. This is just created based on our recent experience. We have students in consulting and corporate finance, retail banking, but also some of them work for BlackRock or Morgan Stanley locally. And of course, we also have some PhD students. Now, how is our program unique, particularly within Hungary? First of all, as far as we know, we are the only Master in Finance program which would use small groups to teach. So we would have seminars of 20, 30 people, not more. We have a lot of computer-based courses, which means we are not there dedicatedly teaching how to use the computer, rather than we show you how to solve the problems that you cover within the frame of that given course using different dedicated softwares. And we have some of these courses that in computer labs. We have a financial laboratory with computers that have either the writer's information or the Bloomberg terminal on it. We have some programming and IT courses, and we are also special to offer ethics and green finance included in the curriculum. And finally, we are CFA affiliated, which means that our master program would teach at least 70% of all free levels that is needed to get you the Chartered Financial Analyst designation. Now, as I mentioned, during the first quarter, we will offer you catch-up courses on statistics, mathematics, programming, and financial markets. But if you have the required pre-knowledge, you can jump those over very easily by just having a small test at the beginning of the course. If you reach the required level, you don't have to show up for the following classes. We have a number of core courses, among which probably the most interesting is that we have dedicated courses for business intelligence and ethics and green finance, which is kind of unique. And beside of these core general methodical courses, we of course have a lot of finance courses. Among those, investments and risk management and financial institutions are probably the most important, because those are during the first year, and it is based on your results in those two subjects that you will be able to pick your specialization for year 2. But as you see, we will also have, of course, corporate finance, business valuation, banking as an obligatory class for you. Now, we have a wide range of choice for you for compulsory elective courses. These are taught by our professors with a special knowledge on those fields, very often also experience from real life. So we have their behavior finance and computer science, business communication, or student management investment fund, which is actually led by a colleague who really manages investment funds. And we also have corporate governance if you are interested more in these fields. Now, after the first year, you are able to pick one of our specializations. That's either corporate finance or investment analysis. Investment analysis requires you more mathematical skills and more focusing on stock exchanges and pricing assets, while, of course, corporate finance would focus on accounting and tasks that you would face within a corporate environment. That's sad that we have it in this proportion. So we have the two specialization leaders here. We have Agnes Vaskavi for corporate finance and then Attila Vig for investment analysis. As I said, the ranking for getting into those specialization would be based on investments and risk management. I have some warnings for you. So those who opt for joining us should be prepared for heavy workload. So it's not easy to cover all the material. You really have to read, study, you do all the exercises, you will have a lot of home assignments to do. So it's really time consuming, because of which you should be prepared that during these 2 years you will experience a shortage of free time for sure. So don't expect to go out very often or have a lot of time to see friends, travel around, whatever. You will spend most of your time studying. Also, during the exams, we have pretty high requirements, so it's not that easy to get to the pass level. We do not offer shortcuts. And we have a very special focus on ethical behavior, which is also required by our CFA Institute affiliation. So we will put particular effort on making everyone work hard, study hard, and get the grades that they are in line with their knowledge. We very welcome anyone taking extra work, but first of all, we want you to focus on the courses that you need to take here. As I said, we offer a wide range of support for you to study. We have Bloomberg and Reuters terminal freely accessible to all our students. We even have the Icon terminals available from at home if you need that for research, for your thesis or whatever, which is absolutely unique in Hungary. Beside of that, we also have a huge library, and the library offers also electronic library access, which means that you can easily search in the full text of subscribed journals. So it's much easier for you to do even research from at home, and you won't use just Google Scholar to find articles, but you don't have to spend your day actually in the building of the library itself. Now, we also offer you a limited number of CFA scholarships. So the best student applying for the scholarship would get it awarded, and the scholarship offers you a serious reduction in the exam fee and the waiver of the registration fee. It will still cost you money, but it's far cheaper than financing it on your own. Beside of that, each year we have teams to go on the CFA Research Challenge, which is basically an equity research challenge, where you have support from university tutors, and you can learn a lot from a real-life problem where you have to write real equity analysis, and that's a global competition. Then you can travel to different countries for several levels of the challenge once you are successful in earlier levels. We offer double degree programs, and SAMS is available. There are some exchange programs, and there are a number of different competitions for which dedicated professors will prepare the best of our students. But because we take up so much of time, we don't promise that you would have an opportunity to work full time or something like that. Anyway, we believe that it's much better you focus on your studies, because that's the way you get the highest yield out of your work. And as I said, we really require the highest ethical standards. We don't appreciate any kind of misconduct, and we'll take particular care of hindering any kind of that. Now, beside of that, we offer excursions. We have regular international conferences where our students can join. We have, as I mentioned, competitions. We also have a student club every first Monday of the month, where students gather together. They might build up informal connections with some of our professors visiting there. And we also have regularly trading games in the Bloomberg room, the laboratory. And you can also enjoy our student managed fund, where you really work with real life data, so you can try yourself there. Now, thank you so much for your attention, and I'm ready for your questions. I will try to look up the chat if there is anything. I see that someone asked something on the registration process. It's beyond our control. So the university has the policy to have a standardized, worldwide recognized test as a requirement, but notice that the university offers you the choice of 3 different tests, and these different tests would be in the results would be valid for a different period of time. Some of them just valid for a year, some of them valid for 5 years, but some of them also are far cheaper than other of them. So just review, and hopefully you will find the option that is best for you. Students will have the examination done themselves, but if your points are low and you come from abroad, then you have the opportunity to take a part at an online oral examination, where you can collect 10 points out of the 100. So if you don't show up for some reason, you will lose those 10 points, but it is still possible that based on your points on the written part, you get admitted. So it's not obligatory to show up, but of course it's much better. We want to get an experience to see how we can work together with you, and you also get the opportunity to ask further questions if you have any. Are there anyone interested? Any further questions, probably?
While we're waiting for other questions, I also have a question for you, if you're up for it.
Yeah, sure.
What would you say, what sets this one course apart from other ones in other universities?
You mean our Master in Finance program compared to the other? Well, there are other Master in Finance programs in English, but as I said, they only offer you lectures, and based on the experience of our students, probably the knowledge you may gain there is not that widespreading. Also, we know that probably you can get there across with less effort than here, but what is for sure that we offer you the widest range of knowledge and the most knowledgeable professors. We have some professors from also from abroad, from Britain, from Turkey, from Canada. So it's not just that you would only have locals teaching you. Also, we have a long tradition of running a Master in Finance program. So it's not for 2 years or 5 years, but there is an extensive, more than probably 40 years of experience behind this. Beside of that, we offer you a healthy mixture of foreign students and local students. It's not like some other universities in Hungary where you would only have foreign students there. And also, we regularly have at our courses exchange students coming from Western universities. So it's not that you would only meet people who you started the program with, but very often we have in a group of 35, 6 people who just join us for that given semester as an exchange student.
Thank you so much. What career paths are possible with this degree?
We believe this is the most welcome Master in Finance degree here in Hungary, but we don't prepare students only for a career here in Hungary. That is why we were the first master program to get the CFA affiliation, because whenever you want to look out for a workplace, and then you can say that your master was affiliated with CFA Institute, then probably you are in a club of probably 40 or 50 programs across whole Europe, which could provide you the very same thing. And if you take the effort to really sit for the CFA exam, then you basically finish the university with enough knowledge to say that you will complete the whole charter probably 2 or 3 years after finishing, because there is a requirement of getting some kind of work experience before you are really awarded the charter. But if you go abroad to Western countries or the US, and then you say you already passed level 1 or level 2, plus you have a master in finance from Corvinus, and if they check the transcript, they will realize that we use for all of our courses well-known international books. So it's not something that was written locally. So whenever you go as an exchange student somewhere else, or you want to show your employer what you exactly studied, they will know the books that you have covered. So they will have an exact understanding of what knowledge you have.
Thank you. One final question. Maybe we have a little bit time for that as well. I would be interested, for what kind of students would you recommend this program to?
Those who like studying, and also who like mathematics and accounting a little bit at least. If you like more mathematics and less of accounting, then the investment analysis path is for you. If you are more the accounting and corporate finance guy, we also offer you an opportunity in corporate finance, so you won't suffer for taking a lot of courses that you are not that much interested in. But if you really want to get the knowledge that will be used for your future next 5 to 10 years, I guess without having a computer lab available, or not getting the training here, for example, we teach you programming both in VBA and Python. It is very hard to get these skills once you finish university. So if you believe you can put in that 2 years into your studies here, and you are happy to learn and open to everything, and you only decide 2 or 3 years after you finish that university which subject was not that useful, but you allow us now to teach you whatever we believe is useful, then you will even enjoy the voyage together with us.
Thank you. We also got another question from the audience. If they don't reach 75 points, what can they expect at the oral exam?
The oral exam is the same for everyone. There you can get 10 additional points, and we will just check out your level of knowledge in English, the pre-knowledge of finance you have. So probably we ask you to describe how would you start valuing a bond or a share, what kind of information you need there, or what is capital asset pricing model, some general questions, but for sure there will be questions on finance. And beside of that, we will also try to figure out how motivated you are, how much you know about our program, how much you know about the university, whether you have some friends who were here and recommended you the program, so you know really what you are up to.
Yes, thank you. Also for your presentation and for your answers as well. Thank you for being with us, and I wish you a very nice day.
That was an honor. Thank you so much for being here. If you have any questions, you can find me and send me an email anytime. See you.
Goodbye.
Bye.
And for our next presenter, we will hear László Szakadát talking about the economic analysis. Hello. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Finally, here is the economics program. There was already a question related to this, whether the university offers any economics master. The title is economic analyst, just due to Hungarian bottlenecks in translation. But it's a standard economics program. It's a master economics. You may call it MA, MSc, or whatever you want, but this is a standard economics MA. And this is why we just say that you will have serious cost if you don't make any reasonable decision when you want to apply for any program. So let's just start my presentation. I try to be in a hurry, and then I just leave some time for Q&A, and then we will see how it goes. Anytime you can just, I don't know whether they can interrupt me, probably not, but you can just send the comments. It's open for me. I can also see it. So if you want to understand how to apply and why to apply to any program, here is my details. I'm temporarily already helping the program. I'm not a director anymore, but I'm happy to assist you. If you are in Budapest, you can find in May building. Otherwise, just drop me an email. Here is just one more comment. We are very serious in the sense openness, and we provide the only program where you can find information on the net on our university website. You don't need to log in. So if you are listening to me from abroad or from Hungary, or you are not Corvinus students, just go to our website. There you can find for students option, and then you can just go to find our economic analyst master program details. And if you click on our page, you will find all the information what you might need, a detailed curriculum, whatever. So I don't want to waste your time with these details. If you are interested, then just go our website. This is the only website. This is the only program at our university where non-registered students can have access, and you can just go there and get the information. Okay, so why to apply for economics masters? And our economic masters is the short answer. If you are economists, you have already BA in economics, you understand fully opportunity cost. If you don't join us, you miss something, the most valuable alternative you will miss. The long answer, I try to elaborate a little bit now. Okay, so you basically may have two options to go to business MA or an economics MA, or including finance. I would say that finance is part of economics. Here we offer you an alternative to let's say the business administration programs. We try to focus more on economic theory and data analysis. You will understand why it's very important to make this distinction. So the topics and the courses are very similar if you go to business administration program, economics program, but the methodology, the approaches, and the rigor how we approach problems, these are really differencing, what makes the difference. So we try to stick in our program to the standard economics, background standard economics, let's say, framework. We use the same what you have learned already in your BA program. We stick to the, let's say, the methodological basis, how we analyze how we use the optimization framework, and everything what you have studied so far in your BA program if you went through a rigorous standard BA in economics program. We focus very much using this difference between BA and economics on real life problems. And we can do this because we stick to the standard economics methodology and approach. We are truly economists, and we truly believe that economics is useful and not just simple theoretical, curiosity, but it can be applied to real life problems. To a large extent, the program is policy oriented. Okay, so let's just quickly just go one important lesson. What you can learn is that we use econometrics. Some of you ask whether there is some program for economic analysis and econometrics. We combine. The reason is that we believe that there are already lots of data in the business sector and at the government. So these data should be used and can be used. And there is already the methodology, there is already the techniques, there are the machines. So we try to provide not just the sound theoretical background, we try to teach our students how to think, how to recognize problems. This is one of the most important, to recognize problems. Then what sorts of theory to use to manage the problems, to find some answers for a proper question. And then how to use data to support your argument or undermine the opposing party's position. So instead of bar charts, we heavily use on standard econometric techniques. Let's put it in short, regression analysis. Okay. We want to highlight that, of course, everyone offers you that your labor market opportunities will be brilliant and very wide. We claim the same. In addition, we try to support with some data. We believe that economists can find any job. If you have an economics degree, you can find any job in the economy. Plus, there are some analyst jobs, but you can just take if you have economics degree. In addition, if you don't have PhD in economics, you just cannot have this job. If you want to be sure to understand this precisely, what does it mean in real life, go to the US let's say antitrust agency's website and just check there who are employed there, and you can see that let's say in the US the antitrust agencies employs economists having PhD degrees specialized in industrial organization. So the key issue is that, listen to me, the most important thing, just study, take an MA program, but if you can try to find some economics MA, because that gives you a sound background, a solid degree, what is very valuable on the labor market. Plus, you can have also PhD programs, you can still further study, and you can find a very wide range of job opportunities, not just in the economy with firms, but you can find also many other jobs in ministries, let's say state public administrations. There are specific organizations, state public administrative institutes, where you can just get job if you have economics degree. For example, in Hungary, but that's also true anywhere, you can have almost exclusive priority on the labor market. Let's say if you have an economics degree, if you go to the antitrust agencies, if you go to national banks, if you don't have economics degree, it's very probable that you will not get a job. Plus, of course, you need economics PhD if you go to national banks or very prestigious places. And that's also true for, let's say, supranational organization, OECD, World Bank, and any other organizations like that. So why to join us? I want to emphasize, we put heavy emphasis on understanding and explaining things rationally. So we believe that economics is very useful. So you need some theoretical background to be able to recognize problems, to explain them, to understand them. Because rational explanation is very important for businesses, for public administration, or simply just for private life. We use data. So the other very important characteristics of our program, that we provide you the standard theoretical background in microeconomics and macroeconomics, plus we provide you a solid basis for empirical applied econometrics field, because we believe that data should be used. We try to teach you how to do that. If you have very trained, very let's say well-esteemed applied econometricians in our programs, maybe I would say that they belong. the best ones in Hungary, and they are internationally also recognized. So it's relevant, interesting, and the program is exclusive. It's a very small program. In Hungary, you just cannot find any other economics master program, pure economics master programs. And once again, the labor market perspectives are, I also claim, this is the best for our students. But of course, you can just empirically test it. Okay, so just quickly go. So just even if you are foreign students, I would suggest you to try to check the Hungarian website for students to apply to any program. It's called FERVI. If you are not interested or you are interested in, just drop us an email and we try to help you to find out this website, because you can find there many very interesting and important informations. Most of them are Hungarians or maybe exclusively, but in the case of Google and internet, it's not very difficult to translate it or just orient you. Okay, so we focus on our students' abilities, and the ability can be best presented with your thesis. So we put heavy emphasis on master thesis. The whole program is designed to help you to at the end to deliver, submit a very smart, interesting, and well written paper at the end, thesis work. We have a very exclusive feature. Here you can see that you still don't understand, but I explain you. We have no limit, lower limit, how many pages you have to submit. I'm exaggerating. If it's 5-6 pages, theoretical paper, that's fine. We focus on the quality in the thesis work as well. So it doesn't. We don't have any formal requirements how many pages you have to produce at least. No lower limit. We focus on quality, not quantity. The program is considered to add high value. There is no repetition. We really try to give a reasonable value to your existing knowledge, and this is what you may expect. There is very minimal overlapping, therefore, with BA program, and it gives you a good gateway or to the world if you join us. There are two specializations. The program is organized according to quota systems. So each semester we have 2 quotas. If you are interested in details, just contact us. We have, of course, core courses, but then there is quickly a macro and micro specialization. We have 2. The micro is technical and industrial organization specialization. You have freedom, lots of freedom. We don't want to bombard you with many courses, just the basics, what you need, and then you can just find the field what you need to specialize, and we try to help you to push forward to deliver the nice thesis work. And the application is in the core, and it's very huge emphasis put on the application, not just theory, but the application is also very important, we believe. Okay, for those who are know something about Hungary, our program was started to be designed with the National Bank, but they separated. They offer a competing program, but we believe that we are still better. Our program is international. We follow the international standards. We don't want to claim that we are as good as the Western universities, because our professors, be honest, we cannot compete with them. But the program is fully standardized, and we really just follow the international standards. Our professors, many of them already having international degrees from we recruited them from international labor market, and so the program is in English, and many of the professors are foreign, not Hungarians. As I just emphasized, this is the macro that you learn the basic macro, and then again the application, the dynamic macroeconomics. You hear the time series will be very relevant in a micro part. mostly the panel analysis will be in the focus. Here we have full local monopoly. There is no any school in Hungary offering the same program. And here the focus in the micro part is on the markets and organizations. We believe that these are the basic building blocks for any economy or for any society. So that's why we believe that in IO, industrial organization is just, you just cannot, avoid to be familiar with the basic issues with these two ingredients. Again, facts, data, and empirical analysis is in the heart of the program. You have project works where you can, with your fellows, you can basically technically, you can prepare a thesis work already, and here you have to make some applied economics work. As emphasized several times, the thesis work is in the center of the program. You will have proper supervision, you will receive assistance, but you will be under full control. We want you to really to deliver a nice paper. If you are interested in, go our website, as I just said, and then in the micro IO program master specialization, we offer award for the best thesis. You can find 2 theses. You may guess the quality. So if you join us, we prepare you to be able to deliver nice paper. One paper is theoretical, the other is applied econometrics. So you can see what the output will be in our program. If you believe that that's nice, just come to join our program. I'm running out of the time. Our program is well designed, fully harmonized with the standard BA in economics BA programs, and partially or to a large extent to the university economics PhD program. You have very good, if you complete our program, you will have a very good chance to be able to continue your PhD programs elsewhere in the Western world or in at the university here at the Corvinus. Don't worry because of the language. It's a free of charge language course. Don't worry. You should be able to speak English. It's a must. But very quickly you can pick up. You still have time to catch up. But don't worry because of the language barriers. You will learn very quickly. If you have still some problems, it makes no sense to consider this as a barrier. In the future, you must be able to communicate in English in anywhere if you want to find any reasonable job in the labor market, English is a must. So we help you to be prepared for this ground as well. And finally, it's a good value for money. It's a good investment. It's not an easy program, but all of our students are very much satisfied because they appreciate that they are helped to be able to understand the world. They can find good jobs. They can make nice money. They have a nice network, what they can build up here. And finally, I just want to emphasize this. You can find many interesting jobs from Citibank, banking sector, insurance companies, multinational companies, Morgan Stanley, Big Four consulting firms, public sector. You can continue with PhD programs. And what is more important, we are economists, and if you join us, you have a chance to become an economist. This is what we can offer. So if you are interested in just for details, just go to our website. You can find all the information at the students part, and or just drop us email. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Unfortunately, we have to move on.
Yeah, sure, I understand.
Thank you for everything. It was very interesting, and have a very nice day.
Thank you. The same to you, and thank you for the assistance and organizing this event. Bye.
Goodbye. And for our next presenter, we will hear Gabriela Kish and Noemi Kratky about economic behavioral analysis.
Thank you, Shara, for the introduction, and welcome everyone. on the open day of the Corvinus University, and we, together with Noemi Kratky, are presenting the master program in economic behavior analysis. And we are really happy to present you this new master program because it was started this year, and we have the first student this year, and they started the semester in September. So it's a really fresh and freshly invented and developed master program. So based on these new experiences, it's really good working, and the students really like to be our students at this program. So first, let me introduce ourselves. I am the program director of this program, and Noemi Kratky, and she will talk to you later. She is the program coordinator. So if you have any questions regarding the program or the application process or any kind of questions related to this, then don't hesitate to contact us. You can see our email addresses, but you can find us on the website of the Corvinus University, and you can contact us with any kind of questions regarding the program. So I would like to talk a little bit about this new program and what is the most important topics that we teach here. So we think that nowadays the world is really complex, and we are facing with a lot of challenges in the society or the economy, or maybe facing with ecological problems. And we would like to train our students to help them to solve these wicked problems and make decisions responsibly, and to help them in their problem-solving processes in the professional life and in the private life also. So in this complex world, we need different kinds of skills, and we think that the problem-solving skills are really important in this world. And based on this knowledge and in the future orientation, we built an interdisciplinary program. And this is unique in Hungary, and this is the only program that you can learn behavioral decision sciences, psychology, economics, behavioral economics, in one program. So it's a really interdisciplinary program based on economical, management, and psychological disciplines. And we are really interested in developing the soft skills of the student, and to build the soft skills and develop them in critical thinking, problem solving, as I mentioned, and many other fields. So in this program, if you join us, you have to work hard, because we built our master program on an active participation, but on a scientific basis. So you can enjoy the classes with your peers and work together with them, and gain some kind of practical knowledge, which you can use in your work life, or maybe you can work with community partners in our courses. And we developed our courses with new pedagogical approaches. So we use experiential learning, for example, in our courses. So it's really on active participation, interaction, and new pedagogical tools. And last year, we gained the best educational department at the Corvinus University. So we have that kind of experience and background at the Department of Decision Sciences. So what is the objective of this interdisciplinary program? We are building on the fresh international scientific findings, and to build some kind of theoretical knowledge and methodological skills. And if you join us in this program, you will be able to interpret, predict, analyze different kind of data, understand organizational behavior, individual behavior, and social decisions also. So based on this program, you can do analysis, behavioral analysis, and use this knowledge in any kind of organization or maybe in research, because we have a lot of courses on research and research methodology. And I would like to give the floor to Noemi, who is the program coordinator, and she's talking about the details of a program.
Okay, hello, my name is Noemi Kratke, and I would like to share you a small overview about your main subject. Actually, the first semester will start with the intensive week, which means that you will have two main subjects, and you will learn about the basic theoretical background of what is psychology and what is the connection point of psychology and economics. And this subject is the introduction to psychology of behavior, and the other subject is the foundations of behavioral economics, which also provide a basic knowledge about what is the behavioral economics and what does it mean. In this master program, we have two main specializations. The first one is consumer and economic decisions. These are about the measurement of well-being and motivation at workplaces. And the second specialization is the work and well-being knowledge field, which means the measurement of consumption and consumer behavior. Okay. Here you can see your teachers and actually the main subjects. You will be well qualified with quantitative and qualitative research methods also. And Zsuzsanna is the teacher of the quantitative research method subject. Judith Gaspar is the head of our department, which is the decision sciences department. Hubert János Kis is the teacher of the intensive week course, which is the foundation of behavioral economics. And Abba is the other teacher of the intensive week, and he is leading the psychological factors behind individual decision makings. And Richard Santo is the teacher of another subject, which is about the decision sciences and making decisions. And Anita Chesnak is the leader of the Statistics 1 and Statistics 2 subjects.
Okay, thank you, Noemi. So if you have any questions, is there any questions, Sharo?
Not as far as I see, but I have prepared some questions for you if you're up for it.
Thank you.
At least for the time while we're waiting for questions from the audience. So I would be interested, for what kind of students would you recommend this program?
So it's mainly for business students from business kind of bachelor studies, because we would like to build on management kind of knowledge. And as you can see that the specializations are in HR and consumer behavior, which is close to marketing master program. And another one, this well-being, is really close to the HR studies. So we would like to build on the knowledge of management field in the bachelor level. And this interdisciplinary means that we need economics basis from the bachelors, but we don't need the psychology basis from the bachelor level. So it's mainly for management studies and business and management or international business or something like that. But we invite everyone from social sciences because we have many research-oriented courses and they will be familiar with those. And social science is a basis also for this master program.
Thank you. And connected to research, are there any opportunities for students to take part in any research projects or work on real-world problems during this program?
Yes, of course. Next semester, in the second semester, we are preparing this course, is decision making in practice, which is about nudging, how to influence the decision making of individuals at an organizational level. So this course is about making decision or having impact on the behavior of other individuals, and students will work in business organizations or civil society organizations, and they have to do an experiment in an organization, and they have to plan this experiment themselves, and professors will mentor them in this process and help them to build this experiment. And after the experiment at the organization, we will reflect on the results and the impacts of the experiment and the nudge that they built. And after that, we will learn from the results and the impacts of them.
Thank you. I still have some questions in my pocket. What would you say, what are the main career paths that there are for the students with this degree?
We prepared one slide with the learning outcome, and we prepared the concrete examples. So we prepared, yes, you can be an expert at Nielsen, measuring behavior of clients. Yes, I can see, you can see my slideshow also. No, it's not there. Okay, we hide it because we didn't want it. So you can stop sharing, thank you. So, for example, measuring the behavior of clients, it can be a field in marketing or some kind of consumer behavior, or maybe a behavior analyst at Google or some kind of IT companies, because it's really a developing field. And maybe you can work as an HR motivation policymaker at any kind of companies. So those are the main fields that we can see as the market needs for this economic behavior analysts.
Right, thank you. And what would you say, what sets this one course apart from other ones in other universities?
Yes, this is unique in that sense that behavioral decision making you cannot find in Hungary, and but there are similar programs in Western Europe, but in Hungary it's a unique program. And it's unique in a sense that, as I mentioned, it's an interdisciplinary knowledge that you gain, and it has a really strong research focus. So you can continue your studies as a PhD student later on if you are interested in. So you can learn statistics and experiment, which is really unique in that kind of as a research methodology. And you can work with psychologists, or if you're interested in economics, you can work with teachers and professors from this field. And in the management studies, you can work with professors from those fields. So it's really a mixture of many kind of disciplines, and you can learn a lot from different teachers. As Noemi mentioned, we have psychologists as the professors, economists, behavioral economists, and other professionals also. So this is, I think, unique in Hungary and in economic higher education also.
All right. I have one more question for you. Are there any international opportunities for students who take this program?
Yes, of course, they can use the opportunities at Corvinus University as other programs, but we are members of the TEMS program, so they can have a double degree at the Corvinus University, and they can join this TEMS program and can learn parallel this management master and can earn this double degree at the Corvinus University. So we are a member of this.
All right. We didn't get any questions from the audience, so I think that will be all for tonight. Thank you so much for your presentation and for answering my questions. It was great having you here. And
thank you, Shara, for the interesting questions.
And have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So while we are waiting for our next presenter, I would like to share some information with you. First of all, you can find any additional information on our website. You can search about our programs there and in detailed descriptions. And also, you can follow us on social media because we will update all other informations on those platforms. You can also rewatch this live while it will be uploaded to our YouTube channel, and any important links will be at the description as well. And there's also another important information for you to know. There will be a continuation of this day of the master's programs online open day, which will be held tomorrow starting at 3 p.m. as well. So yes, we will wait a little bit more for the next presenters. I will just tell you again the information. So tomorrow there will be also another open day for the master's programs at 3 p.m. You can find all the important information about our master's programs at the website and at all of our social platforms. You can also contact us via our email addresses, and feel free to ask any questions during this live as well, and at the emails that were presented as well. Okay, we can go and move on to our next presenter, which are going to be Beata Nagy and Attila Meleg, who are presenting the Sociology Master Program.
Hi, good evening.
Welcome, everybody. And then let me start with introducing some of the key ideas, how we are going to present today, and then afterwards, what kind of key features are to be kept in mind, and actually how the curriculum and the courses look like. At the end of that, we are going to talk about a little bit about student life and the academic life which is surrounding this program. And of course, very importantly, you are going to have an opportunity to ask questions. Now, the first point is that this program in sociology, which is focusing very much on global social change, is actually very successful globally. Meaning that, as you can see, we have had all kinds of students from all around the world, and then you can see none of the continents are forgotten, and they are integrated into our background. Very importantly, we have quite a number of people from Latin America, North America, and then the various Eurasian parts, plus also Africa, and then even further on. So that's one of the key things. So in case anybody comes to this program, that person is going to experience a completely international student life, meaning that this is a Hungarian program for everybody else in the world. Now, the next thing which is very important, that we have amazingly good and excellent professors who have already made great contribution to the science. Professor Nagy is here, and then she has been working massively on gender issues. Very importantly, gender and work will be her topic during this master's program. She has been the program director of this successful program up till now. I'm taking this over, but this perspective that we have critical gender studies is very, very important, and we are going to stress this during the curriculum. The next thing is that we have Professor Lila Vicek, who has been an excellent, and the students love her because she is working with amazingly interesting topics like AI and technology, and then work, and then the labor market, and how all things are changing, and what kind of technological change we can see, and what are the social and sociological implications of that. Professor Pachetti is originally a historian, but he is working with us. He has been teaching in Singapore and various other places, and it's a great asset for us because he's an extremely student-oriented professor, the kind of a thing what we like here very much. And then, in case we can continue with some of the key things, then let me stress a number of things which are very, very important. I even try to slow down now a little bit because I think this is very important. So, this is a novel program. It was started in 2019, but it is based on decades of experience. Corvinus University has been an extremely successful and important university in teaching classic social sciences, including sociology, together with economic sciences, which was a very, very good contribution. So this is one of the assets we are building on. The other asset we are building on is actually that the whole program and then the academic environment around that is extremely democratic and self-reflective, in the sense that the professional autonomy, not only of the professors, but also that of the students, is taken into account. And we try to maintain, currently there is a problem all around the world, how we can maintain this democratic, self-reflective community type of scenario. Here we are doing our best because that's professionally extremely paying well to all of us. Also, very importantly, this is a 4-semester long MA. You can get 120 credits, and then you can actually plan your whole thing, and then you can follow your own logic in this, but this is the program. The next thing is that we are doing critical and global approach. So one thing we have learned is that unfortunately social sciences have made huge mistakes during the last 300 years when they forgot to take a critical perspective. What do we mean by critical? It means that we who analyze society, we have to learn certain skills and techniques how to build up a distance to the societies, which are actually also educating us all the time how we should think and how we should speak. And then this critical approach, which is temporal, historical, geographical, so we are comparing societies, is something very important. Plus, very importantly, we are never satisfied in case a global perspective cannot be built up. The very next point is even more important and interesting. This is an empirically extremely well-grounded program, meaning that all the time we are focusing on empirical analysis. Empirical analysis is vital everywhere, in business, in academia, and in government positions. And so it's all very, very important. People have to learn how to do systematic inquiry into these problems and fields. So this is why this whole program is research-based. That is to say, we are not going to lecture people just to the air, but we are going to give them grounds how to analyze and how to go on. The very last thing is history is very important to us. Unfortunately, nowadays in higher education, history is disappearing a little bit. It is not so interesting. But that's a major problem, because how on earth we can figure out alternative social models in case we don't look at history? History has shown us what models humanity could produce during its life, which means that we are the only ones actually who build on the past. We can think about future in some ways because we can understand the dynamics of these models, and this is what we are maintaining, and this is why we are inviting everybody into this very important research and social scientific area. But with this, I give the floor to Professor Nagy.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. And I would like to speak about the part of the curriculum. As you can see here on the screen, we intended to make a very structured, clear curriculum in order to support students to find the best way to gain knowledge about global social studies. So there are very simple structure, which starts with the core courses and continues with the global social studies specialization, which is quite unique in the region. So that's why we think this program is special among the sociology programs in the country or in the region. And the third point will be the thesis writing seminar, which is not new for those who come from the Corvinus University, but those who come from outside. It is a very, very important seminar, and we are very proud of this thesis writing seminar. Finally, I'm going to say some words about the internship, compulsory internship of the program. So let's start with the core courses. So here I listed all the core courses for the students who start the program the next academic year. We are going to restructure this program a bit later on, but for those who come to us in next September, they will meet this structure. So we start with the theoretical foundation, and the main course is the theories of global social change. And the instructor for this course is Professor Melek, who didn't introduce himself, but he is a #1 scholar, not only in the region, but globally in the theories of Karl Polanyi. So this semester, he is a distinguished Karl Polanyi professor at the University in Vienna. So he will be the instructor for this course. So it's good to know that the course is in very good hands. And the other course, which is compulsory and part of the theoretical foundation, is supervised by Lila Vicek, who teaches about the technology and society, and it is a very empirical course, and students are invited to do their own research and their own experiment in the field of technology and society. I think no one should say that it is a highly important topic nowadays everywhere, so it is very good to learn it from Professor Vicek, who has many publications, international publications on the topic. Besides, we offer many methodology classes. We find very important that students not only read and do their own research, but they also are familiar how to do research, how to find data, how to analyze this data, and how to make various kinds of investigations and analysis. So we start with the design, how to design a social research. When you are at the very beginning of your research career, it's good for the beginners and good for advanced learners, and it's good actually for PhD students as well. So we start with the design. And we also teach how to measure the effectiveness of different social interventions. And these courses, the instructor for these courses is Professor Mokshan. There are two courses in quantitative methods, the statistical methods for comparative research, and the multi-level longitudinal data analysis. So we find it extremely important that all students can analyze huge statistical data sets, and they are not afraid from dealing with statistics. And one more methodology is the computer-assisted qualitative methods. So students very often apply the qualitative methods and particularly interview methods or focus group discussions, but we encourage them to analyze these information with the computer, most often with NVivo, so students learn really the most novel methods in qualitative methods and the most novel technologies. Social network analysis is not a new topic in sociology, but we can see that it's more and more important to learn about this subject, because the new way for social sciences and business and economic sciences as well is cooperation. And if you want to cooperate with people from other fields, it is important to not only to have the network, but also to know about how to do analysis, social network analysis, for example, together with other people coming from other fields. So even if you will be not an expert in social network analysis, but you can be, of course, but if you don't go into this direction, it is very important to study about that. Last but not least, this participatory research methods class is important because many students, particularly who come from Asia and South America, are very interested in how to investigate their own community and how to make a new kind of research and how to change societies. And participatory research methods is a very good way to make people, all kind of social actors, be involved in social changes. So these are the many method classes students have to learn. And the next point is the specialization. And here we have 4 main subjects, but of course students can have elective courses in the topic of globalization and migration. But here you can see the global markets and national development class, which is taught by colleagues from international business. We find very important to know the data, global data, because global data are, on the one hand, they are available very often for everybody, but it is very important to make comparison. So it is a luxury not to investigate data globally, and this course helps the students to understand the data, to analyze the data, and to make the interpretation about the economic development, population, migration, health, or gender issues. So there are many fields where you need the global data analysis. The third class, this national identities class, was already mentioned beforehand, taught by Professor Pachetti, and it explains how the nationality issues have evolved over the history and what kind of consequences these discourses and these interpretations cause today in global societies. And as our students come from various countries, we have different views about the world, different identities. It is always very eye-opening course for them to understand the various perspectives. Finally, my class is Gender and Work in Comparative Perspective, which is a very vivid topic internationally. And we try to understand not only the individual situation of women and men in the global work, but also the organizations and the global labor market, and how gender inequality and patriarchy works. But we concentrate not only on the paid work, but the relationship between production and reproduction, to use the term of Nancy Fraser, who is a key author during the semester. So these are the subjects of the Global Social Studies specialization, and I would like to say some words about the thesis writing seminar. It is very important because thesis is always something very crucial, not only because you need it for the graduation, but also because it is a very big achievement, academic achievement, to do your own independent empirical research. So we insist on your own empirical research, find a very important topic, make a very clear and deep data analysis. So students and instructors work together and develop the topic and research questions together. And the good news is that most students who study on the master program, or more and more students, take part on the student competition. We are very proud of them. Some of them already took part. International students took part on the national student competition. So students are extremely successful with their empirical thesis, and we encourage them to publish their final results. And we already have very good achievements in this field, because some students managed to publish their thesis work internationally. And here I listed some of the main topics, some of the current topics. Of course, the topics depend very much on the students' interest, but also on the supervisors' interest. And in good cases, supervisors and students find their joint interests, and it is really stimulating for both the teachers and the students to work on topics. You can see here the list, which are very, very important topics globally. Finally, the internship. We have a mandatory internship. It takes part in the last semester. In the last semester, time is devoted to internship and to the participatory research method class. So students can really build their career here already. And we offer some places for the students where we think they can go, but they can also take their internship place. And they most often go to research centers or NGOs which speak English, of course, or in some cases even for-profit organizations. You can see here the list of some NGOs and research institutes where students spend their internship period. You can do your internship previously, not only in the last semester, but already in the summer, during the summer holiday, and you can do 2 internships if you want. The very important thing is that you have to have your research and work-related experience in order to have a job afterwards. And before I go to the next point, I would like to say that this internship gives you a good opportunity to think about your future. So where to go? So many people decide at this stage that they would like to go and continue their study in the PhD program. So for example, in the PhD program now in first year, we have 3 students who graduated in our master program, and immediately or after a short break, they decided to continue with the academic career. Some people go to and most often people go to work with NGOs, and very often with international NGOs. So we try to support the students to find their way into the working life. And now I would like to give the floor to Professor Melek to finish the presentation.
So I think it's very important that you could go through how many skills, techniques, what amount of knowledge you are able to gather during this program. And I can assure you, in case you join the program, when you enter and when you finish, you are not going to be the same, because you will change your perspectives. You will be aware of a lot of skills which you can use in most parts in society, very good analytical skills, what others are not teaching so very well. And then you can actually go ahead. But at the same time, you are here during this time, and then you would like to listen, you would like to collaborate with others, you want friends, you want communal life, and that's also what we can offer. First of all, there are certain research centers which are behind very much this program. Why are they important? Because they are going to invite you to all kinds of very lively debates about financialization. Has the EU killed Greece in its economic development or not? How war and the change of social systems are related to each other. Unfortunately, we live in an era of wars now, and then all these topics and issues are raised by these research centers, and then it's going on. Also, very importantly, you can study through this some cultural sociology, and already stressed gender. Professors have wide networks, so you will see that when you come with a problem that I would like to analyze this or that, then you will be immediately advised to meet experts who have been working on this, because our professors have very wide networks which they always utilize for your own sake. And the very last thing, to be a student in Budapest, which is a lively city with an enormous number of places to visit, an enormous number of places to sit with others, to think about very deep problems at the river Danube, and then to walk in the hills around Budapest. Now, these things are always extremely enjoyable. Sometimes we will join you. It's not a warning, but that's a reality. And then, as you can see on these pictures, our students, they laugh. Our students have critical discussions. Our students are extremely lively. Our students have questions. Our students are not alienated subjects of a teaching program, but they are active participants, young colleagues. Sometimes we say even to students that they are not students anymore. They are young colleagues. We try to understand the world together, because for that we need an enormous amount of collaborative work. And in case the next thing is that you can always contact us. You can find our emails. Here is our address, Facebook, and so on and so on. And we are more than happy to answer your questions, to get through all the difficulties. And please do not hesitate in one thing, asking questions, even concerning yourself. And I think with this, we have introduced the program. And in case there are questions, comments, and so on, we are more than happy to react.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It was super interesting to hear. As I see, we don't have any more comments or yes. And because we are out of time, I suggest that we should end this presentation. Obviously, if the participants have any questions, they can contact you on other platforms like email, as you mentioned earlier. So thank you so much for your participation and for your presentation, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And thank you all for joining us today. Don't forget that our open day will continue tomorrow at 3 p.m. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in the comment sections or contact us through our social platforms. You can get more information at our website, and we will also upload this video on YouTube. And in the description of the video, you will find all the important links. Thank you again for your participation, and have a good night.